Check.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back live to Road America for the United States Pro Kart Series, round number 3. You're watching the mini-slip qualifying session just get underway. We just wrapped up your X30 Master and X30 Junior divisions, or X30 Pro Junior division, presented by Rollison Performance Group for the second day in a row. Cameron Brinkman has put it on the pole by 7 thousandths of a second over Jorge Ortiz. 12 thousandths back, 28 thousandths back to Max Garcia. Literally a tenth of a second for the entire top 7, going back to Stephen Miller in 5th, Teddy Musella in 6th, and Christian Miles in 7th. The rest of the top 10 went down to Max Taylor, Ernesto Rivera, and Aiden Ingrata. You go over to the X30 Master class as called by Caleb Smock here in the paddock. Chris Wareheim in his return to the seat after a rough outing yesterday, qualified on the front row, then ended up getting turned in the middle of the pre-final, had the drive to the main in the main event, got close, onto the box, just came up one spot shy. Well, he's one spot further up the grid here today. P1 overall by about a tenth of a second over Danny Robertson. Martin Stone ended up 3rd, Miguel Meir 4th, Danilo Romalo rounded off the top 5, a tenth and a half back, and then it still was pretty close to the rest of the top 10, going to Scott Kopp, your reigning series champ and national number 1 in 6th. Nicky Coelho in 7th. Scott Roberts 8th. Yesterday's winner, Mario Barrios, 2.5 tenths back in qualifying, 9th. Jake Fetter rounded the top 10. Now we're on to our mini Swift division presented by D&J Intermodal Services, the first of 2 groups onto the racetrack now, beginning the very first lap as we see Gage Corn come across the start-finish line, the first of many drivers to begin lap number 1 as he'll climb the hill here at Road America. My name's Xander Clemens, alongside me, Caleb Smock here in the booth, live for Kart Chasers coverage and eKarting News' coverage of the third stop on the 2022 U.S. Pro Kart Series season, the third of 4 rounds. Announced earlier this weekend during the drivers' meeting, will be 5 rounds in 2022, beginning in January. Some major breaking news. Of course, Caleb, we don't know where we're going, don't know when we're going there. We know we're starting a little bit earlier in 2023.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to see through it with you guys when you go to the next year's season, but it's always nice to see that you guys are having some major improvements. And like you said, a little bit of a wrench in some people's plans for next year. They're starting to grow out and expand the USPKO series more than they already have before. So that's just another season for more drivers to come in, and also for more development that we've seen some of the rookies this year. I mean, think about alone. When we look back at Orlando to where we've come to now, there's been some huge improvements over the year.
Yeah, it's been a major, major growing year for the third year in a row. You go back to 2020, it kicked off the year with record numbers there, continued to grow into 2021. Everywhere we went was above 200. And then here this year, it's not a matter of going above 200, it's about touching 300, which is where we were right at Orlando Kart Center to kick off the season. We're in the upper 270s at GoPro Motorplex for round number 2. Round number 3 at Road America, it is a far reach of the country here, all the way up in Wisconsin. For a lot of drivers coming all the way out of Florida, out of Texas, out of the Pacific Northwest, out of the Southwest, we come up to a small pocket of the area here with a healthy karting region nonetheless here, headed off, of course, by one of the series partners in Franklin Motorsports, and of course Millwright, a major partner here and the official, one of the 3 presenting sponsors of this event, are huge supporters of the racing going on in the region. And speaking of the racing here on the racetrack, well, let's give you an update of where everybody stands so far in group number 1 for DNJ Intermodal Services qualifying for the Mini Swift class. Carson Berry on the final lap here goes quickest on the 117. And so that red speed there that just went through onto the Team Felon banner, I believe, was on top, has now been bumped back. Carter McMurray to the top. Davis Henry to second. Fion Shi was on top, jumped down to 4th. Still waiting for the third lap to come by as the final checker flies. Does anyone else go quicker? Shi goes to second. Cannot best McMurray's Timmy Tech Comp Kart. A couple more coming to the final few corners. Here's Forrest Adams aboard the Nitro Kart. He'll make his way out. Talk about kids from the Pacific Northwest. A long haul all the way out here to Wisconsin as they work their way, getting to relocate over to Charlotte, North Carolina. A little bit further down the order for Forrest. He goes 13th. Not able to crack the top 10. Mason Berry on the final lap jumps into 9th. No other major movers inside the top 5 except for the GFC of Nico Sarfati in the 119. He was able to go up. Carson Berry there on your screen coming up the hill on his cool-down lap, I believe, on the red speed there, and a few more around him as they make their way on into the pit lane. Now we take a look at the drivers getting set to go, and that's yesterday's winner, Keelan Harvick. He did it in fireworks, spectacular fashion, like father, like son, his father. Kevin Harvick, of course, on the racetrack today at Atlanta Motor Speedway, getting set for the NASCAR Cup Series event down there. Up here, Keelan already got 1 win on the weekend. Let's see if he can make it 2. Dad can't best that. He's only got 1 shot at it. He might be able to double up here and have some more bragging rights when they go back home.
Yeah, he also had a good run with him, like you were saying before. He definitely earned the win that he got. He started back in the 10th position and worked his way all the way up in the feature before he fell back yet again. And then the last 3 or 4 laps, was able to pass a couple of drivers in fantastic fashion. So he now leads the pack out on track. As you said before, he was the fastest in happy hour, so now he's going to be the first one to make a qualifying run here in group number 2.
Well, we'll see him here as they begin to make their way out onto the racetrack right now here. Again, a fantastic weekend of action here for the United States Pro Kart Series. Harvick put on a show, a last lap battle with the likes right there. Lucas Palacio was in it. Brady Shad was the 3rd driver through. Asher Rockstein was late onto the scene at the end of the main event. He got there late. There's some other big Chargers here who had some really, really impressive days. Here's Carson Weinberg coming on through turns 1 and 2. Man, what a good main event he had going, and was in the mix for the lead and the win for a good part of yesterday. As Harvick drops on into the bowl here for the first time on the outlap, he's got Palacio closing in behind him. And so again, the way that the format works for the U.S. Pro Kart Series in qualifying is a 3-lap qualifying session. Typically you'll see drivers, especially in the higher horsepower classes, moving up from these kids divisions, decide that they'll take the gaps they get given because they are spaced out from when they leave the pit lane. However, once they exit the pit lane and head onto the racetrack, what they do is entirely up to them. In this case, it looks like Harvick may have taken his time a little bit. There's some other drivers doing the same a little bit further back on the racetrack, back in the final corner, kind of back it up to make their own packs or find a dancing partner here. You can see that long straightaway down to turns 1 and 2, a big run up the hill to turn number 3, and then even still a decent stretch into turn number 4 where that slipstream effect will be helpful if you've got someone at a similar level pace than you, and they are allowed to bump draft. They're allowed to work with each other in any way they want to, as long as they don't impede other drivers. So that's, of course, the risk they take of backing off on that opening lap or backing off on any other lap, especially once they're green as they are right now. So the benchmark time for Keelan Harvick to set is set by another NASCAR superstars, second generation, really third generation Carter in Carter McMurray. NASCAR Cup Series driver, Daytona 500 champion, Brickyard 400 champion, James McMurray, son here, set on top. Well, he just got bested by Keelan Harvick to the top over McMurray. That's something we've heard on NBC Sports and Fox Sports for many years, and I'm sure many years to come. 0.07 of a second, Harvick on his opening lap will best Carter McMurray, and he's the only one to jump ahead of McMurray here in the first group on the opening lap. Lucas Palacio there right behind him in that Trinity karting group. Kart Republic goes to fourth. Davis Henry from the opening group still sits fifth. Turner Brown on the 136 on the Speed Concepts Racing CRG banner. What a breakout day yesterday for Turner Brown. Pre-final winner, a contender throughout the entire main event, remained inside the top 5 for a good part of that session. He goes 6th on the opening lap, jumps up 3rd in his group so far, and that's going to improve, I believe, this time by. Let's see where they jump in at the end of lap number 2 here for Sunday qualifying in the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift class. Harvick improves. Palacio with a little bit of a toe goes even better. 0.2 better than Keelan Harvick, a 51.71 for Lucas Palacio. He's starting this lap 3 to 4 kart lengths back. He'll be in a great position for a slipstream by the end. There goes Brady Shad on by, and we'll pick them up as they come out of turn number 3 here on the final circuit. I think you're going to see a heater come out of Lucas Palacio, because as fast as Harvick goes, if Palacio goes the same pace, then benefits from that slipstream on the straightaway, Caleb, he'll go even a little bit quicker just like last time.
Yeah, I was about to say that the slipstream is definitely going to be coming into effect for him, and you were talking about the qualifying run. Not a lot of mind games we've seen this weekend as far as everyone trying to shuffle around on track, find your dancing partner, go to. Everyone seems to just be going out on track, trying to cut a clean lap, as we are now about to see these two come across the line. Again, this is Lucas Palacio. He's in the second spot in the tow. Keelan Harvick leading him across the line. To see what time they do. Checkered flag is out, and it is improvement by both, but it is Lucas Palacio who comes out just a little bit better.
Yeah, about 2 3/4 cents better. So let's see as the rest of the field comes on by the line. Here comes the group led by Tyler Roberts and company as they were coming out of the final corner. They're going to come across the stripe with a big group there. Carson Weinberg, I think, was in that, as well as a couple other Nitro entries. Cade Yeager specifically was at the end of that group. He goes all the way to the top. 51.381 for Cade Yeager. A solid day yesterday. Put himself on the box, and he goes to the top. Palacio gets bumped to second. Carson Weinberg to third. Tyler Roberts fourth. De La Vecchia goes into fifth. He got onto the podium late in that last lap charge. He was 3 wide across the line, and Salvador De La Vecchia will crack the top 5 late in the session. Michael McCaughey sixth. Keelan Harvick bumped all the way down to ninth, and that is the difference right there of having a tow, having a dancing partner in the Mini-Swift qualifying session, and not having one. Harvick ends up in 9th. Turner Brown 8th. Ethan Tovo rounds the top 10. Ahead of him, Asen Dravalev goes 7th. And then Michael McCaughey in 6th. But a 1/10 of a second clear for Cade Yeager and Team Nitro Kart. Nick Tucker's group doing a fantastic job getting their drivers up, and Cade Yeager proven himself to be a force to be reckoned with once again here at Road America. We're getting ready to go down on the grid. There's Colin Warren on your screen. We talked to him earlier this weekend along with his team owner Chad Dawkins, and the Chad Dawkins Racing Kart Republic will be the first driver out in Group 1 of 2 for X30 Pro. Let's see what he had to say.
All right, Colin, Chad, you guys are back together here. You got some hardware last time out, so Colin, you first. How's this track feel coming back here after a year?
Same, slippery, weird, just different than every track we're used to. So just getting used to it again.
Chad, what about you? What do you think of this kid so far?
He's doing good. He's doing good. He's, we haven't had much track time this year with the 2-stroke, but he's been doing really good, finishing results. Yeah, getting there.
And you haven't had a lot of testing, you know. I mean, this is second full weekend on the KR. Have you gotten to drive it at all back home, or not too much?
Not too much, no.
Yeah.
No, I wish we could do more testing, and hoping later in the year we can. Yeah.
They had a lot of success here in 2020. I know you're similar on that setup. I mean, how does that thing feel compared to the OTKs you've been driving the last couple seasons?
It's completely different kart. Just everything about it just feels different. It's hard to explain. It's just a different kart. it's very reactive to changes and quite a bit of front end grip. And it seems free no matter what you kind of do, which is good when it grips up. Yeah, it's kind of hard to explain.
And then for both of you guys here, I mean, do you like getting to come up to Elkhart Lake? Do you like the area, the racetrack here? I mean, do you look forward to that long drive out of Florida, Chad?
Oh, I don't mind the drive at all. Seeing the countryside and coming up here, it's a whole lot cooler up here. It's a lot nicer to work.
What about you, Colin? You getting into the nightlife this week?
No, we're like 30 minutes west of here in Fond du Lac, so it's basically we leave the track and we just go and try and find food and get to bed. So
we spent a lot of late nights working on everything between the juniors and
yeah.
Beautiful day here, of course, in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, as we get set for X30 Pro action. Colin Warren wasn't the only driver here that was a big storyline coming in. He podiumed at the U.S. Pro Kart Series' second stop at GoPro Motorplex. Tuning in for himself. His father Robert's here this weekend, so he's gotten a little bit of help as the engines begin to come to life and we get set for them. We talked to another driver that was on the move. Silly season was in full swing here this weekend, and Diego Ramos, normally known with the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic outfit he's been with for the last couple of seasons in North American competition. Well, now he is signed with PSL Karting, at least on a one-off deal here this weekend, contingent on results to potentially put him in the seat for the rest of the 2022 calendar, including the Summer Nationals here in a couple weeks for SuperKarts USA's Pro Tour finale, the Super Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series finale, maybe even the IAME USA Grand National Championship at GoPro Motorplex, as well as the U.S. Majors work their way into the fall. We had our Jenna Tommy go and catch up with him earlier on this weekend to see how he went. He already podiumed yesterday, so it's a heck of a good start.
Here with Diego Ramos. After Friday practice, you're on a new team. How's it feeling?
I'm feeling very good. I'm very happy to join a big team, and I think we'll be very good for both. And for sure, I will try to bring the best results for this team. And then, yeah.
Is it nice having another fast teammate with Marin?
Yeah, for sure. Marin is very fast, and they have a lot of experience to pass through me, and then I think we'll be good work together, and yeah, let's wait the weekend feeling.
Yeah. Is your car feeling good?
Yeah, the car feeling very good, and we're still working a little bit. I mean, like I still understand little the chassis, you know, because my first time drive a Beetle, but feel very good, and I will do my best to bring the best results for them.
Thank you, Diego.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
So here we are back and on the racetrack for group number one as we get set to go here. Colin Warren leads the field over to turn number one. And again, this is the bottom half of final practice on Friday happy hour. There's a few big names here in this group that missed the cut line. Again, Colin Warren had a flat tire in final practice. That's put him down the order here as we will watch him make his way around. And the rest of the group on through. There's Nicholas Hornbostel going by in the REM Cosmic, and a few more headed through the start-finish line straightaway. There's Ryan Vincent coming out of turn number 3 behind Tyler McIntyre. McIntyre showed a lot of pace on Friday afternoon. Ultimately wasn't all too quick, so we'll be following him. And as they begin their first lap, Zoe Edenholm, our KC interviewer and pit reporter here this weekend, has caught up with our top driver, top qualifier in Mini Swift qualifying presented by D&J Intermodal Services, Cade Yeager. It's been a great weekend so far. Let's send it on down. Zoe?
Hey guys, I'm here with Cade. He's the pole sitter in the Mini Swift category. You qualified first today. You qualified third yesterday, didn't have the greatest end to the day. Qualified first today. How are you feeling?
Feeling really good. I had like a good run. Everyone was grouped up, so I slowed down. And my last lap, I just nailed everything.
That's so great. So you feel pretty confident for the pre-main in the main event today?
Very confident.
Do you think you can pull off the win?
I think I can.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Again, we'll take it on back and as we get set for more qualifying here with X30 Pro. The first few laps starting to come in. Colin Warren, first across the line, sets the mark at a 46.724. Tyler McIntyre goes to second a lot of the other names that were down in this group here. Again, we talked about Paulie Massimino. He got near the top 10 by the end of the day yesterday, ended 11th. He is 7th here in this group. Not a great start for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver. They were struggling a little bit. Said he felt really good throughout the day on practice day on Friday, but was a little bit off. It looked like yesterday until the main event where he got up, and him and his teammate Jeremy Fletcher, 10th and 11th for the RPM Tony Karts. So they were looking for a little more pace coming into Sunday. And we'll see what they can do on the final lap here. There's Tyler Lemp going on in. Here we'll pick up Colin Warren. Again, goes to the top, improves his time. 46.499. That's 2.5 tenths up on everybody else so far. Tyler McIntyre will go better aboard the Alonso kart in the 338. He was, I believe, the third or fourth driver out. Missed the cut line by a fair bit. But Tyler McIntyre with a good run. Here's a few more coming around the final turn. That is going to be the 367 of Tyler Lemp aboard the Cosmic. He goes 13th. Final few coming on through here. Adam Maxwell jumped up to 3rd. Ryan Vincent did not improve from his first time, out at a 46.8. So he remains in 4th. Justin White 5th. Oscar Panozzo 6th. Massimino in 7th down the order. Guillermo Quintero is 8th. Nicholas Hornbostel 9th. Dylan Den Hayes rounds off your top 10 with plenty of heavy hitters still to come, including that man right there, the reigning champion, your 5-time Pro National champ, and his first USPKS title coming at the end of 2021. He has already got a massive points lead, could be looking to clinch it by round number 7. Mathematically, it'll about put him out of it if he really has a good day here today. He's won all 5 main events on the season, won the majority of the sessions as a whole, and was quickest in morning warm-up. Ryan Norberg was also a guy we talked to earlier on in the weekend here, and we'll have to see what his thoughts were coming into Road America, a track that treated him good last year, but as a whole in history, hasn't always been his favorite place to come.
Hey guys, we're here with Ryan. How's your weekend going?
It's going all right. We have been fast sporadically, so it's it's one of those things we have to really work on finding what's working consistently. We find stuff here and there that really has some pace and has some speed, but we haven't been consistently where I would like to be. We just finished happy hour inside the top 3, so that's always good. Our team was 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, I was a 3rd guy on the team, so that's not always the best, but it's all right. We're getting faster and building on it, and that's what it's all about. So hopefully tomorrow it goes a little bit better.
You won here last year. How are you feeling for the whole weekend?
Well, pretty good. The difference was last year we were quite a bit faster. So my issue right now is I keep driving like the track was last year. And the track had a lot more grip. So I'm over driving right now and constantly losing time just by pushing the car too hard. And so that's something I got to kind of back off because I keep going back to what won. And that's not what's going to win this week. So it's working to my benefit because I have the confidence, but it also is hurting me because, yeah, I'm not driving the way I should be. But, yeah, it's all right.
Well, best of luck this weekend, and yeah.
Thank you.
So, again, Ryan Norberg here. 5 main events, 5 main event wins, Caleb. But yesterday we started to see a few chinks in the armor. He struggled to get through to win that pre-final. Diego Contecha led the most laps in that one, got away for a good bit, and he kept him honest all the way through. As he works his way through the final corner here, we'll see Norberg. He's got Aiden Fox trailing him just a little bit to start his first lap as he backed off to give himself a nice gap to Hayden Jones. His first lap for Norberg, a 46.89, puts him 6th overall, but I think today, if everyone can find a little bit more, it could be pretty interesting when we get through to the session. We'll see Diego Contecha go to 3rd instantly.
Yeah, I think Ryan needs to be a little bit careful when it comes to qualifying. If he doesn't get a good qualifying run up towards the front, he might find himself getting a little bit too much company by others around him. I think they know now that he isn't untouchable. There is a possibility for him to be knocked down a couple pegs. So when it comes time to, if he's maybe in a pack of 4 or 5, I don't think he's going to get, I don't want to say treated the best, but I think he's going to have just a little bit more pressure than what before, as everyone's going to try to hold him back down. As we're watching another driver who has a good possibility, had a good qualifying run, that is Paul Bocuse, making his way across the line, had a decent run in the heat races when it came time to the feature, settled back in that 9th or 10th spot, and he is now settling in to P5 as his teammate Ryan Norberg just goes to the top of the board.
Now, we'll say again, Diego Contecha was the quickest on lap number 1. We'll see where the Orsilon Racing Kart Republic goes on lap 2. He goes to 4th. Does not improve on that second lap, but he's in a little bit of traffic, so hopefully he can get a good 3rd lap in. Here's Marian Kremers. Decent run yesterday, but was disqualified in post-race tech inspection for an engine infraction. The squish on the motor was off on one side of the engine. As we see him drop a wheel there at the end of the corner, so I don't know how good of a lap it'll be for him. Let's see this kid right here, Jeremy Fletcher, one of the top-rated rookies, and only the second rookie to get a Pro Division main event win here this year when he won in New Orleans. As Paul Bocuse comes across the line, here's Norberg one more time. Does not improve. He's only got a 1/10 of a second on Tyler McIntyre. This could be pretty massive here. That's a big door to be opened if anyone can improve on their final lap. Ramos and Contagia, 5th and 6th. Marian Kremers, 7th. Justin Anaconis across the line. Doesn't even crack the top 15. A lot of drivers from that first group right now are looking really good, and it's surprising as it's very rare that we see some of those times on the very first session go well. Cameron Weinberg just coming across the line here in a moment. Jack Jeffers across the line, and I think Weinberg on his 3rd lap, I don't even think he did one. It looks like Cameron Weinberg was set to go for lap number 3, didn't cross initially, but Tyler McIntyre, what a fantastic qualifying, his best career X30 Pro Division qualifying effort, P1 in group number 1, what was typically the slow group. Again, this is the bottom half, 16th and lower in final practice. Actually, it might have been even lower than that, and he wasn't even near the cut line. And today, he qualifies on the front row. The Motaz Sport driver under new colors this weekend for the very first time aboard the Fernando Alonso chassis. We spoke to him on Friday as well. Let's hear what his thoughts were on the new go-kart.
Tyler, you're on some new tubes this weekend, man. What's the differences? How's that kart been feeling like so far?
The main difference I've noticed is how positive the front is compared to the Bro. The Bro, you had to go in super hard. This, you just kind of let it drive for you. That's the main difference.
You've been to this track a couple times. What's it like getting here compared to where you grew up over at Anderson Race Park or some of the other tracks we go to on the tour?
This track is paved way better, and it has a lot of elevation changes, and at home it's flat, and the track surface is terrible, unfortunately.
And what do you think about coming up here? Do you like getting to come to Elkhart Lake each year?
Yeah, I love it actually. It's beautiful, the track's beautiful, the people are nice. You get to watch the big cars on the big track. It's amazing.
What about you? You got any food spots you like in town? Have you gotten to check out any places around you really like?
No. We went, Jake, what's that place we went to last night?
Very narrowly.
Paddock. That was a good place. Other than that, I went to a Mexican place that was really good too.
And then what about, how confident are you feeling in this piece? Are you going to be up there this week?
Yeah, I'm feeling really confident. I feel like we're going to be top 10, top 5 all weekend.
Again, talk about a massive shakeup. Well, let's go through the top 10 here for X30 Pro Qualifying as the KA Juniors get going. Again, Ryan Norberg on pole for the second consecutive day. However, Tyler McIntyre, P1 in the slow group, goes second. Cameron Weinberg was quick on his second lap, third. Colin Warren, fourth, second in the slow group. Contagia, your P2 from yesterday, starts on the inside line. That may work out a little better for him as he rolls off the inside of row 3 alongside newly signed PSL karting driver Diego Ramos in 6th. His teammate Marian Kremers qualifying 7th, just about a half-tenth back. Paul Bocuse went 8th. Adam Maxwell, senior rookie, best career qualifying run and a major step up from the opening round of the season in Orlando. He goes 9th, and Hayden Jones rounded the top 10 ahead of his RPG teammate in Wes Duchak. Talk about big names down in the field. Dante Yu with Nash Motorsports. He was inside the top 5 on Friday happy hour, ended 14th. Austin Garrison, 5th yesterday. Actually 4th after penalties. He ends up 15th. Aiden Fox, 16th, was quick throughout Friday and Saturday. Jeremy Fletcher and Paulie Massimino, the RPM Tony Karts, 18th and 20th. Rookies Jack Jeffers and Justin Anaconis, 19th, 21st. So a lot of fast drivers with a rougher qualifying session that'll put them buried in the pack to begin the pre-final in Franklin Motorsports X30 Pro. So a lot of work to be done, and we'll see who else we can chat with here throughout this morning as your KA100 juniors get going on the racetrack for the first of their 3 groups in total here in about 15 drivers apiece. Christopher Wakefield at the end of lap number 2 currently is your quickest driver. His first weekend with the Bennick operation, the Fort Lauderdale, Florida-based entry. Currently quickest. He'll get beaten by Braden Domey in the 855. Ryan Gianetta is 3rd. Jace Petty 4th. Gian Bavamonte 5th. But Caleb, again, that is a big-time shocker with that many drivers out of group number 1 at X30 Pro jumping into the top 5, jumping into the top 10. Got a lot of new faces starting up at the pointy end of the grid.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of factors in that, one of which is that the way that they stack it up is from how they were running on Friday during the final practice. So some teams may have learned and evolved their karts overnight, and as the weekend has gone through. Something else is a little bit hotter today, as we were talking about before with the track surface. It's not known for having a lot of grip, being a little bit greasy, and a little bit hard to set the tires up for when it comes time for the qualifying and the pre-final and the final. So I think the fact that the track's starting to rubber in, I think people may have missed it on the setup that go around. What's going to be interesting for us and the viewers, for you guys back at home, is seeing that mid-pack, once they go back, figure out what they had to do differently, working their way back up to the field. So it's going to be all hectic all the way through the field.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of battles to come for sure. 3 laps complete now as the checkered flag flies. Braden Domey was able to hold with that second lap that he put in at a 50 flat. Camden remains able to move up into second on his final lap. Camden going 7 thousandths off of the top time. Christopher Wakefield only 8 thousandths back from that in third. It is 15 thousandths of a second for the top 3 here in the first group, as we had one driver go around over there on the cool down lap here in turn number 4. No one else coming to complete the lap time, so your initial top 10, Braden Domey, Camden Remains, Christopher Wakefield, Ryan Gianetta, Ryan Miller, Gian Buffamonte, then Jace Petty, Diego Mendez-Torres, Nick Eggleston, and Jake James. Now again, this is a 45-driver grid divided into 3 groups of 15 for qualifying. The first driver out that was 16th in final practice and was a contender yesterday is Max Taylor in that Full Tilt Racing Rawlison Performance Group Cosmic. The Northeastern-based driver was quick yesterday, obviously struggled a bit in final practice, and so that's what's put him in this second group. But again, he had a good qualifying yesterday, put him in contention. I could very easily see Max Taylor becoming one of those many drivers, just like an X30 Pro Qualifying, to jump up out of his group and go inside the top 10, maybe the top 5, or even the overall pole. But it comes down to putting it all together. The only downside he's got in a 100cc class that is a little bit more draft reliant than the 125cc X30 counterparts is that he doesn't have a fast dancing partner near him. He's the first one out, and even if he backed off to find someone else to run with, you'd imagine a lot of the drivers around him that also were in that 16th to 30th place in happy hour, not being overly quick, that he would benefit. And if anything, he may run into traffic and impede himself by trying to back off. So he's in a place where he's got to really put a good lap together, and he's probably just hoping for a solid top 10 result here. If he would get that overall, top 10 overall on a 45-kart grid, you can fight from there in the pre-final.
Yeah, as we saw in both the KA, both junior and senior, is when it comes time for the pre-final and the final, it's kind of all bets are off if you're inside the top 10. Everyone's got a chance at it. We didn't really see a whole lot of pulling away from the field. There was always some big names shuffling through, both, like I said before, in the junior and the senior, especially in the senior field, when you have the likes of Race LeBron moving up a handful of positions, or 20-some positions to make it up to the front. Everything kind of is all bets are off when it comes time for the KAs. So I think if anyone can get inside the top 10, they'll be looking pretty good as we continue to watch here. Like you said, this is going to be the first of 2 qualifying runs. Look for that driver out in front. Like you're saying before, when you're that quicker over the field, you kind of put yourself at a disadvantage when you go out in first, no matter what group you're in, because you're cutting the air for everyone else around you. You have the kind of debate in your head: do I fall back, try to get a little bit of a toe off someone else and have to time it just perfectly, or do I try to pull away by myself and see if maybe I can set a flyer, which I think he's going to have to do. So, yeah, as we sit there and watch, maybe there's some drivers in this first group that's going to be inside the top 10. After that last X30 Senior Pro class, I'm not quite sure that anyone in that first top 10 is not going to be a contender to stay inside.
Well, we'll see how it all turns out here as they work their way around the racetrack here in group number 2 for KA100 Junior Qualifying. We are watching Oliver Weldon making his junior debut, moving up mid-season. This was your SCUSA Winners Series Mini Division champion and a contender in the mini class in 2021 at the U.S. Pro Kart Series. And as he works his way out of the final turn, he is trailing Max Taylor in a good spot. If he can go a little bit quicker than him here on lap number 2, he could be in a really, really prime position on lap number 3 for a good tow. As we see already, he's going to go better than Taylor. He goes straight to the top, a 49.7. That's 3/10 better than the quickest lap in the first group. So it'll put him instantly to the top, and a lot of other drivers here in this second pack instantly going better than group number 3. Cooper Shipman, good run yesterday, inside the top 10, was able to work his way to the top 5, drove all the way up to the lead group there at the end with help of his teammate Elio Meza, and the Iron Rock Motorsports teammates were digging. He is second here in this second group, but second overall as well at the moment. Shea Aldrich third, Luke Powers fourth, Charlie Steins into the top 5 as well. Stephen Miller, another big name here, who was inside the top 5, top 10 yesterday in the middle group for qualifying, but look at the position Oliver Weldon's in. This is going to be a heater. Across the line, 49.64. Max Taylor, a 49.9. Oliver Weldon will get beat this time. Stephen Miller goes a little faster. I think if Weldon catches him perfectly, gets on the bumper by the time the checkered flag waves, it could be an unstoppable lap time. But at the moment, it's down in 5th. Shea Aldrich, a 49.46, goes even faster.
Yeah, some other big movers up in that front of the field. Cameron Reed currently sitting P2. Stephen Miller is now up into the 3rd spot. Charlie Steins, a Hoosier native, is in the 4th position, just ahead of Oliver Weldon. But as you said, 1 lap to go. If he can time that toe just right, you might see him moving up the board. But from 1st all the way down, I want to say to about the 7th position, everyone's in about 2/10 of each other, so it's incredibly tight.
Well, here's Shea Aldrich on your screen in the 834, all by himself. So here comes out of the final turn, final lap, checkered flag in the air. The 834, 3rd in line. Oliver Weldon, a 49.3. Charlie Steins, a 49.122. Actually, it might have been Steins we were following there in the Tony Kart aboard the 884. Stephen Miller goes to 2nd. Weldon's lap holding at 3rd. Max Taylor is down in 9th here as they shuffle through. Luke Powers with a good run in the Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speed. He goes to 2nd. Miller 3rd. Aldrich 4th. Weldon 5th. Charlie Steins. What a lap time here. What a solid run for Charlie. He'll go to the top. And now we take a look at one kid who had nothing but bad luck yesterday. A break in qualifying and a crash in the pre-final. He drove through with a fantastic run in the main event to get to the top 10. Oliver Piatek, the Atlanta, Georgia-based driver, will be the first one out of the racetrack here today. You can see there behind him, there's Oscar Eilif in the 807. Had a decent day yesterday. The Austin Texan-based driver in the Iron Rock Motorsports outfit rolls off 3rd, it appears, here for qualifying. He was outside there, Landon Skinner in the GWR Tony Kart. Was super quick yesterday. Put it on pole overall. Won the pre-final. Ended up down at the outside edge of the top 10 in the main event after a lot of shuffling. But he is set for redemption here today, and that's how it normally goes, Caleb. The pace to win comes, and you lose a few before you finally are able to put it all together and get yourself a main event win. Because getting there is one thing, being able to race up there, a whole different animal.
Yeah, I think that was the name of the game yesterday. We see a lot of drivers in contingency to possibly make their way up to the front of the group. Got there at the end, but as you said perfectly, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. You can race back and forth with people, but if you're not used to the pushing and shoving that happens in the KA class, if you're maybe new to it, trying to get intro, it can be very much of a culture shock to you, and it takes a lot of time to get used to.
It's definitely a good bit of work here as we see. There's Oliver Piatek dropping down the hill, headed into the back hairpin section here this time. And he'll begin his first lap when he comes across the line as we get set for more. The micro slips will be set to go following this one. Then 4 groups for KA100 Senior Qualifying before the pre-finals will get underway as they make their way out of the final turn. Here's Piatek aboard the Tony Kart. He'll come across the line, begin lap number 1, and we'll see where he's going to drop into. Your current top 10 again has Charlie Steins on top, Luke Powers in 2nd, Stephen Miller 3rd, Shea Aldrich 4th, Oliver Weldon is 5th, Cooper Shipman, Cameron Reed, Henry Wheeler, Max Taylor, Austin Olds, your top 10 here in qualifying for KA100 Junior as they come out of the final turn. And again, you can see no times yet for that bottom half of the group. That is the final group to head onto the racetrack here, and a lot of quick names that we expect to, even on their first lap, based on how Group 2 went, to potentially jump into the top 10. Piatek coming on through here behind them. We see the 2nd quickest driver in final practice, who also had a very solid run through the day yesterday to put himself in contention. They'll work their way out of the final couple turns, come all the way on around. And to complete lap number 1, let's see where everybody stacks up. Charlie Steins in the 884. His lap at the moment holding a 49.12. Where it is that first group drop, the highest will be Davis Cunningham in the 825. He goes 12th. Now Ernesto Rivera a little better. Landon Skinner to 5th on lap 1. Still with more work to be done. And Caleb Gaffera, an up and down day yesterday. 2nd here on his first lap in qualifying. So still a little more work to be done for the RPG Cosmic driver. But at least that's a good start here on lap number 1 to go to 2nd. Oliver Piatek, the driver on your screen. His opening lap right now, not super. 23rd at a 49.8 with about 7/10 to find here in the final couple laps. Well, we watch them make their way around the racetrack here. Jenna Tommy is caught up with another one of our drivers working their way out of the scale line. Let's send it on down. Jenna?
Ready? I'm here with Charlie Steins. Charlie, that was a great pole walking through your last lap.
I was kind of just didn't have a great first couple laps. My tires were still coming in, just kind of my tires came in and I just laid down a really good lap.
How's the rest of your weekend been going?
Yesterday wasn't great. We had a decent qualifying. We were like 11th, but then in the pre-final my rear bumper got ripped off and I started last for the feature. And then I drove up to 19th from there. So.
Well, I mean, great for the pre-final today and great for the final. Where do you think you're going to end up? Like, if you could predict the top 3.
I'd like to be up in the top 3, but I'd be really happy with a top 10.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Charlie.
You too.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jenna. Here we'll get ready for more on-track action with the K8 Junior classes. The final group makes their way through. Lap 2 complete. Coming across the line, there's Ernesto Rivera. Checkered flag for him. Landon Skinner not able to improve. Caleb Gaffara's final lap. Holding on top of the boards in the 804. Elio Meza improves. Parker DeLong, haven't heard a whole lot out of the 899 RPM Tony Kart driver this weekend. He goes second. Meza third, but I think that'll do it. Caleb Gaffara will end on top of the boards here in qualifying. There's Elio Meza's group headed on through with Diego Guillo, Cash Perkins, Max Garcia, who qualified second yesterday. He goes sixth on the final lap. Meza third, and only about a half-tenth off, but it's still a half-tenth that Caleb Gaffara was able to find. A 49.033 for the RPG Cosmic. Parker DeLong second, Elio Meza, Landon Skinner, Charlie Steins your top 5. Then Garcia, Luke Powers from that second group ends up in 7th, so a solid run for Luke there. Charlie Steins again, P1 in group number 2, holds on, only gets beat by 4 in group number 3, so he ends up 5th overall. Garcia, Powers, Stephen Miller, Quentin McPherson, Quentin McPherson, and Shea Aldrich end up your top 10 here in Timmy Tech KA100 Junior. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, the Micro Swifts are getting set to head onto the racetrack here. Live from Road America, you're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the third stop of the 2022 U.S. Pro Kart Series, presented by Millwright, Bleeding Edge Motorsports, Will Power Kart, and MPG Motorsports.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back here live from Road America for the U.S. Pro Kart Series qualifying underway now for the Micro Swifts as we watch Luke Giglio in the Motaz Sport Bureau Art work his way around. This is the first of the two groups making their way onto the circuit. Been an up-and-down weekend here for Giglio and company as he's got some work to do here in this final session for qualifying on the weekend. Jackson Porter across the line will go quickest so far in the High V Parolin. And the number 2 on the weekend here, a 53.457, 3/10 up on Antonio Pizzonia Nito in the Orsolin Racing Tony Kart. Then it's Sawyer Chambers, Isaac Nolan, and Giglio. Caleb Gaffara has had a fantastic weekend, to say the least, here when it comes to the 100cc competition. Had a little bit of an issue in X30 Junior yesterday, but he backed it up with a win in KA Junior, and he kicks it back off here on Sunday in the 100cc class on top again. He's down with our Jenna Tommy. Jenna?
Thanks, Xander. Caleb, you're on top again. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm just happy I'm back up here again today, and hopefully we can carry it through the day.
Yeah. How's Europe going? You're racing FIA?
It was pretty good. Like, we had a really good weekend. We had good top 3 pace, and then just in the final, after about 12 laps, my tire went flat, and it just pretty much ruined my race.
How's the scene different here than in Europe?
It's just really the track difference. Like, there's a little bit in the kart, but it's mainly just the track. There's so much more grip, and you just have to adjust to it.
Was there anything that you learned there that you're going to bring in this weekend to hopefully pull out more wins?
Maybe it's just more aggressive, really. So I don't think so. I think I'll just be fine either way.
And I asked other people this in your class, but if you could predict the podium for today, what would you think it would be? Be honest with me.
I think we could maybe pull off another win if everything nothing goes wrong. But if not, then maybe me top 3. I don't really know who else is fast, so I didn't really look.
Awesome. Well, you're on pole, and that's all that matters. Thanks so much, Caleb. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jenna, here. And again, congratulations in order for Caleb Gaffera. A nice qualifying session, just a couple hundredths up on the field, but that's sometimes all you need, Caleb. 3/10, though, that's a comfortable gap, and that's what Jackson Porter currently has over Luke Giglio.
Yeah, and like we said before, there's going to be multiple groups here for your minis, but 3/10 is a lot of breathing room, and it can definitely make sure that you're on the top step of the podium. You don't have to worry about anyone from behind. Like you said, Luke Giglio is sitting at P number 2 right now with that 53.3 as checkered flag is out, so that is going to be locked in currently. And as we're about to send out group number 2, we're once again about to send it down to our own Jenna Tommy, possibly here in a little bit, who has caught up with some of our more from our KA100 juniors. Jenna?
In junior, what's the difference in the field?
Oh yeah, when I first got here at the beginning of the weekend, I was struggling because car is way different. I was struggling with the brakes a lot, and then engine's way slower, obviously. So yeah, we're figuring it out right now. So we're getting the kart set up ready. We're gonna go try to get something in the heat.
What are you hoping for in the heat? Like, what are you gonna change when you go back to the tent now to make it up?
I think we're just gonna get the right tire pressure. Kart's good right now, and then just go for it. Try to get the win in the heat.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Parker. Good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jenna, as we are now sitting and watching the group number 2 about to make their way back out on track. Xander, how do you think this one's going to play out?
Well, I think like we've talked about here today, as much as you'd want to think the likes of Rocco Simone, Nico Orbezo, the 2 on your screen right there, would go straight to the top, and I think there's a good chance they will. Seen a lot of good lap times out of some of the slower groups from Friday practice hold. I don't know if the track's maybe not developing as quickly session to session as some of the other places that we visit, but in either case here, Jackson Porter, a 53.013, that's not a bad lap time here to kick it off, but we'll see where they all end up. I mean, you talk about some of the drivers that have been at the top. Rocco Simone, Caleb Tartar's had a great weekend here. He was second in Friday practice, was a contender yesterday. Cameron Marsha qualified good yesterday, had some bad runs off the starts in the outside lane. Somewhat of a death sentence, it seems, here this weekend, as a lot of drivers are struggling to be able to kind of hold their position and not give up more than 1 or 2 spots off the start. That tight turn 1-2 chicane is tricky, so there may be some names here that we weren't seeing up front in the pre-final or main event yesterday, even out of this first group, that have the pace to run there, but got bad starts and were struggling to recover. The likes you think of, again, Kai Mars outside the top 10 yesterday. He was 6th in final practice. Marco Samet, your winner in Orlando Kart Center, contender at Gopher Motorplex as well. He was 7th in final practice. Not a whole lot of noise out of Marco yesterday. He was inside the top 10, decent points day, but when Rocco Simone and company are able to run up at the front of the field, that makes it a whole lot tougher to be able to stay inside championship contention. So a good qualifying run today, and I'm sure if he had his preference on the inside line, even if it's 1 spot lower, could make a big difference here on Sunday. The good news also for the U.S. Pro Kart Series is typically, with it being 8 rounds, you can afford to lose 1 or 2 in the championship and still be able to run for a title overall. Here's Kai Mars and Marco Samet. They're pretty close together. Might be able to work together a little bit here on the opening laps and try to make some noise. Here's Parker Ives leading the group into turn number 1. I believe that's Troy Ferguson at the end of it. And one of the Nitro karts, I think Ashton Woon also in that line here. And then we look up the road. Nico Orbezo has Caleb Tartar right there. So a few drivers ended up with some dancing partners. Not the case for your opening, the first driver on the circuit in Rocco Simone. He's all by his lonesome, but across the line, where do they all line up? Well, the first laps come in. Cameron Marsha, quickest so far here out of this group. Jacob Majeski there. Marco Samet with a good toe off Kai Mars. Troy Ferguson, a good toe on his opening lap. He goes 4th overall at a 53.46. but he'll need to improve that. He'll need to get through that traffic and be able to still contend on the second and third lap, as I think we'll see some major improvements on laps 2 and 3 as everyone settles in. Rocco Simone on your screen, 7th at the end of lap number 1. So more work to be done here for the number 95 Parolin driver, but he might be able to get it on this second lap as he works his way through the back hairpins. Let's see him come across the line through turn number 10 over to 11. We'll pick up here Orbezo's group with Caleb Tarter and more. You can see Tarter right on the bumper. He'll be able to push him on this final lap if he thinks it's going to help. Simone goes to second at a 53.11 across the line for these two, Tarter and Orbezo. Even slower, 4th and 7th. They were better than the first lap. Jacob Majeski and Cameron Marshall, they were hooked up there. It just went by your screen. Here's Marco Samet. He worked his way by Kai Mars that lap, so you won't see a big improvement. He's 7th overall. But Jackson Porter out of group number 1. Right now, the Hy-Vee Parolin still on top over Troy Ferguson, who goes to second. Simone 3rd. Bowen Green with a good run here on that Timmy Tech Comp Kart. He's 4th overall. Majeski 5th. Yesterday's winner, Ashton Woon, to second. And he's deep in this pack. Must have barely made the cut line after Friday happy hour, so was a nice run for him to qualify up front, run up front, win yesterday, and now he finds himself in another good spot as he tries to solidify his championship campaign here on the second half of the season. The first few drivers out, getting the checkered flag. Rocco Simone to the top at a 52.91. Here comes Orbezo and Tarter, 5th and 6th. Not a big improvement, not enough to really crack that front row. Majeski to the top there in the 77. Jacob Majeski, a Midwestern, a Wisconsinite himself, and he'll get bested by California Troy Ferguson aboard the Bennick, a 10th and a half up here at the end.
Yeah, Jacob Majeski wasn't a name we saw a whole lot of yesterday, along with Bowen Green, who moves himself up in a 3rd position, but he was there up in that second pack in the top 10, the battling out for the top 15, I should say, and now finds himself, now he gets pushed down even farther to 4th because here comes Royce Vega onto the point. Ashton Woon also improves their time, but they can only maintain second fastest.
Ashton Woon there again, P2, half a 10th back from Royce Vega. Troy Ferguson able to go 300ths off of Woon, but Vega and Ferguson put Team Bennett Kart 1st and 3rd. What a nice qualifying run for that group. Vega again on top, Woon 2nd, Ferguson P3, Majeski 4th. Bowen Green, like you said, just like Majeski, not a lot of noise on Saturday, making some noise here on Sunday. They make a big improvement overnight, qualify inside the top 5. Rocco Simone by himself qualifies 6th. That's a good omen going into the pre-finals to have that level of pace on your own. Aston Wyatt hovered in and out of the top 10 yesterday. He gets inside the top 10 here today, 7th. Jackson Porter, got to be thrilled with that run for the Parolin group. They've got another one behind Simone and Porter aboard the Hy-Vee number 2. He goes 8th. Cameron Marshall was working with Jacob Majeski. Majeski goes up to 4th. Marcia 9th on that final lap. And Benja Fernandez on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic rounds off the top 10 in Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift. One more class to come, divided into 4 groups for qualifying. KA100 Senior is set to head your way. For round number 3 of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, you're watching Kart Chasers coverage in this event, of course, brought to you by Millwright, MPG Motorsports, Will Power Kart, and Leading Edge Motorsports. We'll be right back from the National Park of Speed, Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back here live from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin for the third stop of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. My name's Xander Clements, alongside me in the booth, Caleb Smock, and we've just wrapped up Micro Swift qualifying. What a great, good lap there at the end for a number of drivers. Here we have one of them down at the scale line with our Zoe Edenholm. Zoe, we'll send it on down to you.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jackson Porter. He was on top in his session, but he qualified 8th when the second group went out. How are you feeling?
I'm very happy.
You struggled yesterday, and you're having a way better start to today.
Yeah. Yesterday was a heck of a day for me, but we can't just let that bring us down for today. I'm doing my best, and I'd like to thank my sponsors and my family to bring me here, HiVdeals.com and Hy-Vee. Thank you, Mom, Dad, my brother, for mechanicking me. I'm just so excited to be on a new team. And, yeah, I just want to thank everybody who's supporting me.
Do you think you can get in the front for the pre-main?
We'll see. It's hard. You can't just say it because all these people are very competitive in this class. But I'm very happy to be here, and I'm going to do my best to get on the podium.
Do you think the Paralyn can make it on the podium in the final?
Me and Rocco will.
Yeah. Well, good luck to you, Jackson.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zoe. Here we'll get back to the on-track action now as the first group has been released for Mike Doty Racing KA100 Senior, the first of the 4 groups for qualifying. This class, of course, has a whole lot of excitement and a whole lot of tears a little bit at the end of the day, as there is only 44 starting spots in that main event. Over 55 have entered here this weekend in the semi-pro, the 100cc senior class. And so that means that they'll be divided into 2 groups for the pre-finals, and then only 20 will transfer out of them. That'll set up for a 16-driver LCQ. And that last chance qualifier, only the top 4 will transfer. We saw one heck of a battle to make it into the show yesterday. Came into a 4-driver fight of who was going to transfer in, and it went all the way down to the final 3 corners. Grace Hemmard tops the boards initially over Alex Doncho here in group number 1 of 4. And she was one driver that was in, then out, then in, then out. I mean, that LCQ, Caleb, you called it. It was all kinds of chaos all the way down to the checkered flag.
Yeah, and it wasn't until the actual last lap that we had the last one transfer in. I don't think Grace Hemmard actually made it into the feature. So, actually, she was one that made it into the feature in the last transfer spot. Nope, got it right the first time. She did not. So, but now we're watching on track as they're making their way around. And it is currently PJ Lida setting up on the top spot right now. And then after that, we go through the rest of the field. Our very own Kendall Hedge is currently on track as well in the 8th position.
Yeah, Kendall Hedge, unfortunately, was one of multiple drivers involved in a first lap incident of that last chance qualifier. She was unable to transfer in to the main event. Here's PJ Lida aboard that Brandon Jarsikak Racing, Mike Doty Racing, Lando Norris Kart, working his way through the final couple hairpins. We'll see where PJ lines up. His first lap was quick at a 49.31 as he rounds the final corner here. Let's see what lap number 2 looks like. There goes Hedge across the line. Here comes Lida, a 49.074. Hedge down in 8th at a 49.87. Jonah Hanran is 2nd. Hemmard is 3rd. Caleb Petrie is 4th. Alex Doncho rounds the top 5 currently. Here with another one there in the 903. Another one of the LN carts that I believe is Tanner Bunny in the Mike Doty Racing entry. He's down in 11th behind Kyla Anderson, who was borderline to whether or not to make it into the show. Barely made it, transferred directly out of her pre-final. And as we work our way through the final few drivers for lap number 3, a few coming in early. Brooke Nachman will move up the board into the top 5 on her 3rd lap at a 49.6. She jumps up. Grace Hemmard did not improve. 49.6 for her. Here's Lida, final corner across the line. Checkered flag for himself, for Kendall Hedge. Lida, a 48.99. So that'll move him a little bit further into the safe zone. Jonah Hanran was inside the top 15 for his pre-final yesterday. 2nd in his group. 700ths off of Lida, the Trinity Karting Group KR in the 920, a 49.076. Grace Emmert, Kendall Hedge, Caleb Petrie, your top 5 as Hedge moves up on that final lap. She puts down a 49.5. 49.57. Patry at a 49.58. Brooke Nachman on the Speed Concepts Racing CRG, a 49.62. Then Alex Donjo, Tyler Stevens, Gabe Lee, Kyla Anderson, your top 10. She holds off Tanner Bunny at the end, but it's a big delta here in this first group as we get set for more action. Group number 2 getting set to head onto the racetrack here. There's one of the Franklin Motorsports Merlins getting set to go. As we'll look up the order here, Grayson Redson's in that group. He was in, then out, all the way through that last chance qualifier yesterday aboard that Techno Kart. And they'll begin to release that group onto the racetrack. You talk about a lot of young blood here. Well, PJ Latta's a veteran, but the K100 senior class typically sees a lot of rookies jump up to the top of the order. One rookie here who has been outspoken this year and let his personality flow is Rollison Performance Group's Paul Bocuse. We talked to him on Friday about what it was like in Utah and what it's been like here this season. And again, the flair, the personality out of Paul Bocuse is hard to replicate. Argenta Tommy was able to get his ear at the end of Friday practice.
Here with Paul Bocuse on a Friday. Paul, walking through your practice.
It was pretty fun. I had no draft, so I really just had to manage by myself as I kept getting held up by different people.
Yeah, Ryan won here last year. Does that intimidate you at all?
Definitely not. Ryan does not intimidate me the slightest bit.
How are you hoping for results this weekend?
To win and most importantly beat Ryan.
Where are you championships-wise?
Not in it.
That's okay. Thanks, Paul. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
And again, Paul Bocuse was not the only rookie here who we were able to talk to through the weekend. A couple of Speed Concepts Racing CRG rookies have made some waves over the course of this year. The first driver to break through and get a pro national win came back at the Florida Winter Tour with Cameron Weinberg. We talked to him at the beginning of the weekend. He was feeling pretty good about the go-kart, and for the first time all season, he's got not one, but 2 teammates in the form of Austin Garrison and Jack Jeffers. Here's what the Atlanta, Georgia native had to say about his thoughts coming into the weekend after a good run through yesterday's main event, got himself into the top 10.
All right, Cameron, Utah had some good signs of pace, but overall I'm sure you'd like to be a little bit higher. How's the feeling so far this week?
We're good this week. We're on really old tires right now, so we don't have really good pace, but hopefully we can figure it out for happy hour and qualifying, but I'm pretty confident this weekend with what we've got. We had a few mistakes in Utah that we made that we're capitalizing on now for this race, and I'm third in the championship right now, so hopefully I can get higher.
This is the most teammates you've had on the same equipment you've been on really since the start of the year. Austin Garrison, Jack Jeffers. How helpful has that been so far this week to have a couple other guys to bounce setup stuff off?
It's good. We can try a lot more things like at the same time. Instead of just me trying a whole bunch of stuff and getting lost sometimes. But it's 3 of us now, so it's a lot easier to make changes.
And what kind of changes do you guys make here when it comes to this racetrack? This racetrack's known for being super low grip, so are you guys trying to put grip in the car, or do you feel like a good balance right now?
We're in pretty good balance. Like I said, we have really old tires, so I mean it's pretty good with the old tire right now. But I think with the new tire we'll be on money. So.
And then how about you at this point of the season? Third in the points has got to feel pretty good for the rookie year. Do you feel like a rookie, or are you starting to feel like you deserve to be there?
I mean, I'm still a rookie, but I mean, I feel like I have enough experience to race with everybody. There's not much different racing styles up front, so everybody's pretty much the same. Everybody's really fast and close this weekend, I realized, but it's definitely pretty good.
Back here live for your K100 Seniors second group as they make their way around the final couple turns. We will get set for more as the first group set the lap at a 48.99 with PJ Latta in the 900. You go down here to the second group. Mason Schergener was quick. Nikolay Dukov was quick, but no one has been able to top it. TJ Coyen has cracked the top 5, and Adam Kreppin's gotten up there along with Shea and Sagal. But they've only really been able to get around Jonah Hanran. Nobody has been able to best that 48.99 by PJ Latta. So from his first group, he remains quickest through 2 so far. Kreppin up to second with a big rebound from yesterday. Again, Shea and Sagal in the 981 goes third. Jonah Hanran from group number 1, 4th overall. TJ Coyen in his return to the seat aboard the Corsa Sport OTK. He ends 5th. Lydia Small in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart 6th so far. Cameron Steller 7th. Kingston Himes in 8th, Nikolay Dukov 9th, Grace Hemmard still rounds the top 10. Here's Logan Mueller, one of the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics here getting set to go for action this weekend. up and down day for Mueller, but overall he was able to make it through to the main event yesterday after some issues in his pre-final. He's looking for a little more. Again, he made the cut line, nearly made the cut line into the fast group. He was the top driver in group number 3. That puts him just outside the top 13 or 14 at the end of KA 100 Senior Friday happy hour. So maybe a little bit better here today for Logan Mueller, the veteran, under the TKG banner. There's Adam Maxwell. Again, a top 10 run in qualifying for X30 Pro. Hopefully he can put something good together here in the 100cc class as well, as it's double duty for a number of rookies in the senior ranks. We'll see plenty more come out when we get that final group onto the racetrack. There's Diego Contecha. Talk about something you don't normally see. Not only do it's not abnormal to see drivers run in both divisions, Caleb, but it is abnormal to see them do really, really good in the typically harder, or known as harder, X30 Pro class and struggle in kind of the lights division, the 100cc class. As we get set for more here, Contecha was qualified, I think, 30th yesterday in K100 Senior.
Yeah, that one kind of boggled me, and I was thinking about it all throughout the day. Yeah, the 100cc, like you said, is known as the lighters class. It's a 100cc as opposed to 125, a little bit slower. I think a part of that, though, is that there's more pack racing that's involved when it comes time for the 100cc class. Obviously, drafting is more effective the lesser horsepower you have, and since these are just a tad bit slower than your X30s, there's a little bit more pushing and shoving you have to do. There's obviously that in the X30, but X30 is all about getting with the pack and then staying consistent. This class, once you get your qualifying and heat races done, it's kind of all bets are off, and how you can run in a race determines everything. So that may be a factor of it, or it may just be they've completely missed on setup yesterday. But either way, hopefully he's looking for a better qualifying run than 30th place like we saw yesterday. Yeah,
hopefully so here as the field works its way down the hill. Here's Adam Maxwell on your screen in K100 Senior Qualifying, and PJ Lida, a 48.99, currently your quickest time so far. Maxwell, he'll put his first lap in here in just a moment, I believe, as the first lap comes to be completed by Logan Mueller and I believe Finnegan Bailiff. So across the line for both of them, Gavin Bailiff, who was up in the top 5, battling for second yesterday. Here he's in group number 3. He goes 9th on the opening lap. Contecha to 6, so a little better. John Burke on the Super Tune Tony Kart, another big name here we didn't see a whole lot from on Saturday. He goes 6th, make it 8th overall. Luke Welcome in the Orslon Racing Tony Kart, teammates to Diego Contecha, P1 at a 48.76. He was our KC Fantasy League winner from our last round 4 of the KC Fantasy League at the SCUSA Pro Tour in Salt Lake City, Utah. Obviously keeps up with the sport as much as he can in between when he's not in the seat. But the rookie, his first time here to Road America, he just topped over 30 drivers here in his opening lap for Sunday qualifying. Let's see if he can go any better. Across the line for Mueller and for Bailiff. Bailiff goes to 3rd at another 48.99. He ties with PJ Lida, loses out by 1,000. Contecha to 2nd on his second lap. Adam Maxwell goes 3rd, make it 4th as Burke goes up. Welcome still yet to come across the line here for lap number 2 as we're watching some of the other drivers make their way through the final few hairpins. We'll pick him up in a moment here. Luke Welcome, second lap, 48.82, not better. So the Orsolone Tony Kart not able to improve much on that second lap. He goes a little bit slower, but he's catching traffic here as it looks. He's coming down the hill. He'll be trapped behind James Overbeck on this final lap. So he may not get much better on lap number 3 as he's right up to the rear bumper of the Nitro Kart and Privateer, Nitro Kart livery Privateer OTK. There he goes down the inside, so Welcome, we'll see. I don't think you'll see a big improvement here on this final lap. You may see some other drivers jump up, Caleb.
Yeah, when you get caught up behind someone like that, if it's on a straightaway, you can obviously push him all the way down through it, but because it was right before the tighter parts of the track, messed up his intro in the first one. He's coming across the line right now, so let's see what time it's able to do. He's not able to improve, but he still holds that pole position provisionally with John Burke moving up to the 2nd spot.
Yeah, good lap for John Burke on that final circuit of 48.867, 10th of a second off of Luke Welcome. Diego Contecha, 5,000s back in 3rd. Adam Maxwell in 4th. Oliver Cunningham in 5th. PJ Lida, Gavin Bailiff, Adam Kreppen, Cheyenne Sagal, and Jonah Hanran, your top 10. TJ Koyen falls down to 11th there, but still from the very first group, or from the second group on the racetrack, and really from the first group as well. PJ Lida, 6th overall. That is a solid position going into the final group of qualifying where we'll see the fastest drivers. Yesterday's winner, Brandon Lemke. What a great run for him and a good bit of redemption to kind of get some confidence back after what was a real character testing weekend, if you want to call it that, at Gopher Motorplex for round number 2. He was in and out of the top 10, top 15. That's something that can really kind of hurt your mojo going into the rest of the season, especially when you're someone like him that was in championship contention after Orlando Kart Center. Put himself back into it yesterday. That was a much-needed win.
Yeah, it was a very smart race that he did. He stayed out of that mid-pack drama that we see that happens in that top 5 to 10 group. And honestly, it was kind of a situation that happened where he kept his nose clean and nothing really happened from his point of view when he was racing back and forth. A couple of guys got into it behind him, and then he had a huge gap, maintained it. He lost a little bit of time there towards the end, but he built up enough insurance in the mid parts of the race so that by the time they actually caught up to him, which in all honesty was about 2 seconds, he still had plenty of buffer space.
Brandon Lemke will drop down into the bowl here for the very first time. And again, that lap to beat, a 48.762. We saw them get down to the lower 48s at the end of the main event yesterday, running 3s, 2s, and 4s. So that was about 4 to 5 tenths quicker than Luke Wilkins' time. You'd think here with a new set of MG red tires, they'll be able to at least come pretty close to it. But we're at the slower part of the day for the racetrack. It'll pick up time as the day goes on. Let's see where Lemke's going to line up here as he begins his first lap on this session. Up the hill for the very first time and down to turn 1 and 2. Brandon Lemke into the corner. Jeremy Fletcher was second best, and he thought that he didn't have the pace to win, so he was really fighting Lemke pretty hard yesterday, passing the back at every corner. Got into it with Gavin Bailiff and then eventually shuffled down to the outside edge of the top 10. The RPM Tony Kart, double duty as well for Fletcher with a mid-qualifying run in X30 Pro. We'll see if he can go better here in KA100 Senior as you watch a beautiful day here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin across the start-finish line. Here comes Lemke through the final couple hairpins. We'll watch him work his way around the final turn 9, 10, 11 complex where so many action-packed finishes have been. So many exciting passes just in general have been in that sector of the racetrack. Lemke's first lap, where does it put him? Well, it doesn't put him great. Aiden Rudolph, quickest out of this group so far. He's 8th overall at a 49 flat. Connor Ferris will change that. Race Liberante with that stellar run nearly to the podium, up 27 positions yesterday, 48.69 on lap 1. He'll beat Luke Welcome and go quickest so far out of group number 4.
Yeah, not too surprised by that. Like you said, he was incredibly fast yesterday. I think he may have been a contingency to win had he started maybe even 10 spots higher than where he was yesterday. So currently sits on provisional pole right now, but that is only lap 1 in the books. As we all know, 2 and 3 is usually just a little bit quicker unless there's some issue of traffic or mistakes that are made.
So here he goes into the turn 7 and 8, or out of 7 into turn number 8. Here he goes to turn number 9. Race Liberante with a nice bit of traffic in front. He's got Connor Ferris, who was pretty quick on the opening lap. Brandon Lemke will go better, 48.55. Alex Stanfield's second lap goes to second. Fletcher to third. Where does Liberante go on lap 2? P2, 48.58. 300 shy of Lemke, yesterday's winner in the Millwright Racing Merlin. To the top of the boards here as he works lap number 3. First driver out, Aiden Rudolph, again in the PSL Karting Bureau Art. 6th, Chase Hand, a rookie here in the senior classes. 7th. Welcome is down to 8th, but still a solid lap that's holding up nicely inside the top 10 ahead of Zach Collins and Austin Jers. Fletcher ahead of him, Hand, Rudolph, again, they're edge of the top 5. Connor Ferris, 4th. Alex Stanfield, up and down day yesterday, 5th, then 8th after penalties. 3rd here to start today as he tries to work his way towards that title fight. He's in contention for the points. Needs a better Sunday, though, to contend. Lemke across the line. Not going to go quicker, and Alex Stanfield will, so this is the start to the day that he needs. 48.51 for Alex Stanfield. Race Liberante to second, a 48.52. There goes Tyler Wettengill across the line. Here comes another group, one of the RPG Cosmics. Gia Cicero leads a pack. Not going to move up too much. She's outside the top 10. Stanfield, Liberante, Lemke the top 3. Rudolph improves, doesn't change position, stays inside the top 5 at least as he bumps up ahead of Connor Ferris, but doesn't change the top of the order. But it's Alex Stanfield and Race Liberante that will lead the 2 pre-finals to the green. A heck of a run for Stanfield in the GWR Tony Kart. Liberante again. Good start here to Sunday, goes P2. Lemke 3rd, Rudolph 4th, Ferris, Austin Jers his final lap, bumps in past Jeremy Fletcher into 6th, Fletcher 7th, Chase Hand 8th, Aiden Levy. Nice improvement after a mechanical issue kept him on the grid, couldn't run the final. He's been under the weather all weekend here with 101-degree fever, qualifies 9th, and Luke Welcome rounds out the top 10. But what a run there for Alex Stanfield.
Yeah, great run from Alex Stanfield, and Liberante now is going to be in a position to put himself higher than he was before, so we'll keep an eye on him to see if there's a possibility of him maybe being the one to take it to Brandon Lemke. But Lemke, not the best qualifying run after coming off a win yesterday, being in P3. I mean, obviously it's good up on the board, but I don't think it's ideal of where he wants to be right now.
Definitely not when it comes to these pre-finals. He'll start on the outside of run number 1 for pre-final A, but you saw that beautiful shot from high atop the hill at turn number 3 here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin at Road America. It is a gorgeous day for racing. and the racing is about to get going. Pre-finals coming your way next year, beginning with RPG X30 Junior. And again, you're watching the third stop of the 2022 U.S. Pro Kart Series season live on Kart Chaser and EKN Radio, presented by Millwright, MPG Motorsports, Will Power Kart, and Leading Edge Motorsports. We'll be right back with racing action here from Wisconsin.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
And welcome back here. We're about to get underway with our pre-finals, but shortly we're going to send it down to our very own Zoe, who's caught up with Alex Stanfield after that KA 100 senior qualifying run. Zoe?
I'm here with Alex. You are the KA senior pole sitter. You've been top 10 all weekend. How are you feeling today?
I feel a lot better than yesterday. I think we got the kart dialed in pretty good. Made some improvements overnight, and we're looking pretty good for the pre-final.
It's a very tight field. Do you think you can pull off the win today?
I definitely think so.
Well, I wish you best of luck and see you on track.
Thank you.
Okay, you're good.
Thank you, Zoe. And like you said, we're about to get underway now with our this is our X30 Junior class as they're about to get set to go racing here. It's going to be 16 laps, a little quick for them as they're getting themselves fired up on track right now. Pull up our time machine. We're going to go through the starting order, and it's going to be Cameron Brinkman on pole position yet again, trying to go for a 2-for-2 for the pole positions when it comes after the heat races. Caleb Gaffera starts next to him on the outside of row number 1. Row number 2 is going to be Jorge Ortiz starting next to Max Garcia. Row 3 goes to Stephen Miller and Teddy Musello. Row 4, Christian Miles starts next to Max Taylor. Row 5 is going to be Ernesto Rivera starting next to Aiden Agrada. In the 11th and 6th row is going to be Cooper Baisley starting next to Alexander Chartier. After that, we're going to go to row 7 with Jacob Kolar and Anthony Montella. Row number 8 is going to be Enzo Vimontian starting next to Emma Kate Scarball. Row number 9 is going to be Christian Cameron starting next to Sebastian Weldon. Row 10, Leonardo Scorpione starts next to Javier Herrera. Row 11 is going to go to Jano Varaga, starting next to Luke Powers. And in the 23rd position is going to be Gavin Witt. So that is going to make up the 23 taking their place here for the X30 Pro Junior class. Your front row of Cameron Brinkman and Caleb Gaffera are going to lead them down, almost down to a walking pace as they're going to get themselves bunched back up in the X30 Junior class. I don't think we had any call-outs yesterday when it came time to the heat or the feature, and I do not anticipate having another one now. So we're going to watch them make their way around as they're going to do the cut through here. Center on the outside of the oval corner. They can get themselves lined up perfectly to make that long run down the straight to turn number 1. And as we talked about what we saw a lot yesterday, the outside row has struggled a little bit when it comes to getting to the acceleration. I think that's due to the left-hand kink before they make it to that quick shoot before they get to turn number 1. So let's see if Caleb Gaffera is going to have any problems in the outside row. Eyes on the starter, and it is going to be green into turn number 1. How are they going to stack up? Looks like Gaffera now going to lose 1, possibly 2 positions. Look on the inside. How is he going to make that work? As they're going to go side by side, Gaffera hops a curb. Oh, 2, 3 up in the 1 up in the air, 2 are around, and it looks like 1 has come to a stop on the exit of turn number 2. That appears to be a Cosmic Kart. We'll get a number and a name for you guys on that here shortly. But right now, it's Cameron Brinkman out in front. Gaffera falling down way through the order as they make their way through turns number 6, heading up into 7 right now. To the bottom side hairpin. Brinkman out in front, but he is under pressure. I believe that is Jorge Ortiz. Now up into the second spot. Is doing nothing but making Cameron Brinkman's life miserable right now as he tries on the inside line. They go side by side. Brinkman yields as they make their way now into turn 11. Coming up towards the main straightaway for the first time to complete lap number 1. Across the line, Jorge Ortiz leads the way with Brinkman now looking on the inside, and following him is Stephen Miller. He tries up the inside. Here comes Brinkman. Miller's going to follow. A little bit of a pinch there. Brinkman, actually that's Miller drops a wheel. Now he's going to bunch up the pack. Huge crossover. And here comes Max Garcia on the inside line, trying to send it 3 wide. Thought better of it. Backs off just a little. So it is still Brinkman out in front. Ortiz settles into the 3rd spot. That is going to push Miller into 2nd. And now Max Garcia is running in P3 to the inside. Here's a pass for 2nd. And that is going to be Ortiz getting right around Miller to go to P2. All the while, this battling for the 2nd spot has allowed Cameron Brinkman to pull away by about 3 or 4 kart lengths, making the way to complete lap number 2. A little pass there on the inside of the mid-pack. I believe that was Aiden Agrada able to get around, I think that was Charter moving down 1 position. So they're still trying to get themselves sorted out, I should say, as make their way through 1 and 2. This time they're single file. No one's going to go side by side. Caleb Gaffera has fallen back now into the 4th position, trying to make up some spots. Tries to push Garcia around the outside line to get around Stephen Miller. Making their way into the left-hander of turn 4, coming down the hill. Garcia now up into the 4th spot, I should say. Still Brinkman out in front. Christian Miles all over his back bumper as well. Now they make their way into the tighter parts of the track. This is a good passing opportunity down on the inside. Here it is. Christian Miles makes up 1 more spot. He goes to the point. And that is going to push Brinkman out to P2. This time by new leader for the first time of the heat race. Christian Miles out in front. Brinkman into P2. Miller still in the 3rd position. But it looks like Brinkman now on the back bumper of Miles. Thought about trying to make a move coming into that first set of chicanes. Doesn't going to make it happen. Miller in that 3rd spot, defending a little bit from Max Garcia, who has got his rear view mirrors full of Caleb Gaffera and Jorge Ortiz. Ortiz tried the outside line, coming into turn number 3 to see if he could make a move. It didn't happen for him, so they stay in line now through turn 6 again, heading into that bottom side hairpin. Christian Miles commanding the field. Right behind him, Brinkman, Miller, Garcia in 4th. Now coming up into the final couple of hairpins. They bunch up yet again. Top 4 nose to tail. A little bit of a break from the 4th and 5th spot of Garcia, and then Gaffera. Now Garcia tries on the inside. He is going to move up into the 3rd position. That is going to push Miller back 1 more spot into P4. Now Miller is under attack from Caleb Gaffera as they make their way up the hill. That is going to be Miller going into the toe of Max Garcia as he is going to try to push him. And Caleb Gaffera is going to follow as well, so he is enjoying a little bit of a toe. Pass on the inside. That is going to be Ingrata getting passed by Jorge Ortiz, who was out in front. He puts his hand up in the air saying, hey, you got to work with me. They're starting to pull away. We got to not let that happen. We got to stay with the pack. They do have 12 laps, so there's still plenty of time, but that top 6 or 7 still all relatively close to each other. A little bit of breaks at the field. There's a 2-pack out in front, 3-pack in the middle, another 3-pack from behind. Making their way to the hairpins. No one tries to pass the inside line. They all say pass out. Here comes Gaffera on the inside. Goes door to door, but it's not going to work for him. He actually is now going to lose a spot. So Gaffera trying to get around Miller is now going to lose a spot to, I believe that is Jorge Ortiz now as they make their way. They're side by side. Ortiz and Miller are coming up to the chicane. They get themselves sorted out. Here comes Ingrata, late braking. Come up in the chicane. He takes a spot away, breaks up the pack yet again, as now there's a 1-2 pass for the lead. Miles is now going to fall back to 3rd. Brinkman back on point, and that is now Max Garcia into the 2nd spot. So Miles quickly went from being out in front to now being back in the 3rd, almost 4th position, as it looks like Ortiz thought about trying to make a move on the inside. Here comes Gaffera on the inside of Ortiz. So Gaffera now up into the 4th spot. That is going to push Miller back into number 5 as they still go side by side through the quick chicanes here through the final corner. Gaffera now up into 3rd, this time across the line. Let's see if they sort themselves out now. So Brinkman, you're still your new leader. Garcia up into 2nd. Gaffera now into the 3rd position. He's got Brinkman in his rearview mirror with Ortiz not too far back. And it looks like Miles losing one more spot because here comes Garcia to the point. And, oh, that was a good pass there by Caleb Gaffera. He tried to do a 2-for-1, able to get around Garcia. Garcia now falls back to 3rd after leading as they still go side by side through turn 4. They're now 2 by 2, too deep, coming into the downhill of turn 5, still trying to get themselves in a single file. All the while, the top 3 are starting to pull away, as now that was Christian Miles under attack as Max Garcia pushes him right by Caleb Gaffera. Gaffera selling onto the 3rd spot. Garcia into 2nd. They're going low to defend on the inside line. That, I believe, was Ortiz defending from Ingrado, Miller, and company as they make their way down across the start-finish straight this time. There's the good pack in the mid-pack. Battle, I should say. That consists of Ingrado, Ortiz, Miller, Brinkman. Now Chartier and Enzo Vinmontien up in the mix as well. Switching back to the top 3, Garcia out in front. Gaffera all over his back bumper, trying to give him a little bit of a push. The 2 right behind them of Ingrata and Ortiz are not trying to let them run away anytime soon. And there's a good mid-pack battle. They're going door to door all the way through. I think that was Enzo Vinmontien able to make up 1 or 2 spots as the top 3, or now I should say top 4, because they're starting to bunch back up with Ortiz off in the distance in 5th, starting to close back up. We're watching the mid-pack battle right now as they continue to do dive bomb after dive bomb. All the while, this pack right here, the top 5, have bunched back up as they starting to pull away from that second pack due to all the passing, as they are now 9 laps to go this time by. Garcia leads by about 2 kart lengths. Second placement of Christian Miles down by 2 or 3 kart lengths. He has got Caleb Gaffera on his back bumper. Now Aiden Ingrata up 6 positions to 4th as there's a pass on the inside. There goes Miles, able to get around Garcia. So he is now going to lead the way. Garcia goes straight to his back bumper. Gaffera stays in the 3rd spot, goes straight to Max Garcia, trying to see if he can't give him just a little bit of help to make sure that your leader of Christian Miles doesn't pull away from the rest of the field. Ortiz is still running. He was able to get around Ingrata as he made their way down the hill, so he is open to 4th. Ingrata in 5th. So they still stay nose to tail. Now they're making their way through the final couple of hairpins. Great passing opportunities as we've seen before. Everyone's staying single file. There are no takers. They're trying to sit on the inside. This time by, burn 1 more lap. 7 more to go at the line. Miles, Garcia, Gaffera, Ortiz, and Ingrata. That's your top 5. Making their way now into turns 1 and 2. The quick chicane. Through 1, now through 2. No one's trying to make a move. Let's see if there's a pass to the inside. Looks like Gaffera thought about it on Garcia. Not going to have enough to get it done. Ortiz now goes straight to the back bumper of Gaffera. He now thinks about it on the inside. Does he have enough? He will send it. Gaffera now loses 2 positions because Ingrata follows, and he is now way off pace, but definitely stumbled his momentum on the exit of turn number 4. So now that's 2-pack out in front of both Miller and Garcia, and then right behind them it goes Ortiz, and then followed by Ingrata. So they're both up 1 position each as the top 4 continues to bunch back up again. 6 laps to go at the line. Gaffera is starting to lose sight of the top 4. He needs to get back into the draft if he can't able to do so. The top 4 is starting to pull away, and it looks like they're going to do some. Here comes down the inside. Max Garcia, new leader. Ingrata tries to send it. Oh, it looks like we have 1 off. I believe that is Jorge Ortiz. Must have had an issue into turn 2 because he is now stopped on the grass, and he's trying to get himself turned around, and he is losing all sorts of positions. So I'm not sure if he ran wide and just dipped a wheel and got sucked into the grass or what happened, but he is now going to be way off the pace and in the back of the field right now. So the top 4 is going to be Max Garcia, followed by Christian Miles, and then it's going to go Ingrata, followed by Caleb Gaffera in 4th as they make their way now into the final couple of hairpins. Down to the inside, Christian Miles able to take the spot away, so he's going to lead again coming across the line. He led previously, but lost the spot for about a half a lap as he makes his way across the line. Ingrata now up into the 3rd position, has moved up 7 positions in total. He is on the back bumper of Garcia, pushes him by. He is going to follow, so Miles falls back to 3rd. All the while, this has allowed Gaffera to catch back up. Garcia defends the inside line heading into 3. Ingrata follows along with Miles, and it looks like the only one to take the normal racing line was Caleb Gaffera in 4th. Gaffera sends on the inside of Miles. Breaks up that 4-pack yet again. It's a 2x2 coming down to 5. Gaffera goes a little wide on exit of 5. That's able to close them back up. So the top 4 bunch back up yet again as we're working 4 laps to go this time by. Making their way into that second to last hairpin. No pass was made by Ingrata. Thought about sitting up on the inside, decided better of it. Coming up into that last corner now, out of the oval, coming onto the main stretch. 4 laps at the line. Max Garcia now out in front. Ingrata is up into second. He is now up 8 positions in total. Does he pass into 1? He does not. Stays on the back bumper. Garcia, or sorry, that's not Garcia. That is Garfera in the 3rd position. Now going to sit on the inside of Ingrata. It looks like Miles is going to try to follow, so that's going to push Ingrata back into 4th after running in 2nd. A little bit of a defensive line there from Christian Miles, trying to hold off Ingrata from behind, making their way through the downhill parts of the track, through the drop-down chicane of turn 6 before it gets to the bottom hill chicane of turn 7. Garcia still in command. Garfera, after falling off the pace there in 5th, is now up into P2. Not close enough to make a move in the hairpins, but he's got Christian Miles now trying to sit on the inside. Miles moves up into 2nd. Look for a possible crossover from Garfera. Not going to happen. 1 more lap in the books, and we got 3 to go at the line. And meanwhile, Max Garcia opens up about a half a second advantage due to the battling for the 2nd spot as they make their way into 1 and 2. He's going to have to be careful not to defend here coming into 3. If he does, he's going to bunch the pack up and lose whatever advantage he has. He does not defend, but down on the inside of Miles goes Garfera. Ingrata does not decide to follow. He's going to maintain his 4th spot. Gives a little bit of a bump there to Garfera. Garfera goes off the line. And now he is going to be under attack from Cameron Brinkman, who has slowly started to close his way back up to the front group due to all this battling happening in the top 4. And he is now going to sit on the inside, so Garfera now falls back 1 spot. That is going to push Brinkman back into the top 4. And there's a good gap between the lead and the rest of the crew. So Max Garcia has a great advantage from instances like happening like this. Ingrata passing yet again on Miles. So Ingrata goes back to 2nd. Miles running in 3rd. Garcia now has opened a 1-second gap as they were just shown 2 laps to go. Next time by is going to be the white flag. So this is a battle for 2nd. Max Garcia has pulled away of your leaders. And this is a battle for 2nd and 3rd position. Ingrata in P2. Miles P3 making their way into turn 4 now. And right behind them, there's another 2-pack battle. That is Carfera and Enzo Van Montien up 9 spots, trying to see if he can't make his way inside the top 5 and make that 10 as we continue to watch Ingrata and Miles going back and forth for the 2nd and 3rd spot, making the way into the 2nd to last hairpin. Looks like Miles is not going to try to pass, continues to slowly close back up as they make their way through the final corner. Garcia is going to blip by at the bottom of your screen. He is going to take the white flag. Ingrata now has a decent-sized lead over the 3rd placement of Christian Miles coming up into turn 1. Miles is not going to be able to challenge into 1. So he continues to stay nose to tail. And all the while, Enzo Van Montien is, it's Cameron Brinkman who is battling with Caleb Garfera. So that is now Brinkman in front of Garfera into the 4th position. Garfera falls back to 5th. And again, just off in the distance of Enzo Van Montien. He's not going to have enough time with 1 lap left unless something major happens, but he is still up 9 positions from where he started. So a good run from Enzo Van Montien. Coming up on the bottom side hairpin for the final time. No one's going to have any time to make a move in the top 3, but there may be a dive bomb here from Caleb Garfera on Cameron Brinkman. If Brinkman's not careful, looks like he is not going to send it. And Enzo Van Montien just there at the end, but it's not close enough. So your heat race winner goes to Max Garcia for your X30 Pro Junior. Coming across the line, I think that was Cameron Brinkman able to maintain that P2 position. Ingrata. Oh, sorry, that was the white flag. We have 1 more lap to go. My timing was off. So there's 1 more lap left as they make their way through turn number 3. So it's still Garcia out in front. But now we're going to continue to watch and see if Garfera is able to get around Cameron Brinkman as they make their way towards turn 6 now, coming up on the hairpin. And again, Enzo Van Montien, he is right there, but he is not going to have enough time to close back up unless something major happens between these two, both Brinkman running in 4th and Garfera in 5th. There's the leaders going by. Look for a pass here on the inside. Ingrata thought about making a move on Max Garcia. Couldn't get enough to get it done, so it's now going to be Garcia taking the win. Ingrata comes across in P2. Christian Miles maintains P3. Cameron Brinkman in 4th, and Caleb Garfera rounding out your top 5 as we fall back and watch. I think this is the battle for the 16th on back of Christian Cameron. So your running order as follows is Max Garcia with the win. Aiden Ingrata, P2. Christian Miles, 3rd. Cameron Brinkman, 4th. Caleb Garfera in the 5th position. Enzo Van Montien, P6. Alexander Chartier in P7. Teddy Masella in 8th. Cooper Beasley, 9th. And Max Taylor rounds out your top 10.
One heck of a performance here for everyone in X30 Junior. That was an awesome show here to kick off our day We'll be talking to a number of those drivers if we can here in the scale line to get their thoughts after that one. And it's a good rebound for yesterday after Max Garcia. Him and Caleb Gaffera coming together. Obviously, Gaffera drops back a couple spots, ends up still in contention inside the top 5. That'll be an inside row 3 starting spot for the main. That's an easy spot to fight from. You look down at some of the other drivers. You mentioned Vin Montien. He picked up 9. Chartier picked up 5. A few more other movers down the field here. Unfortunately for Jorge Ortiz with the issue, he ends up 19th at the end of crossing the line. So some work to be done for that Super Tuned USA Tony Kart driver in RPG X30 Junior. We've talked to a few more here, and we talked to some of these kids that have run this racetrack before, maybe not in the same division. Jack Jeffers has been here a couple of times, and at the same time, it's still a first time here this weekend. He is a rookie with the Speed Concepts Racing CRG camp in X30 Pro. We chatted with him on Friday here. Here's what he had to say about his first outing aboard the CRG chassis.
You're in new colors this week. For the first time this year, you're on a CRG, the same as the rest of your teammates. How does the kart feel?
Kart feels pretty good. Balance is feeling good so far. Braking's a little different, but I'm still getting used to it. Feels a lot more grippy, but still pretty similar to the OTK, and I'm feeling good on it.
And then this racetrack, it's a little bit different than a lot of the places we go when it comes to the surface. Obviously, the layout's on the side of a hill. How does it feel to you? What's this racetrack like?
First time here, it's really fun. All the elevation is pretty cool. There's some blind corners that is pretty sketchy, but it's super fun to drive. It's a driver's track. It takes lots of skill to be fast and good here. So yeah.
And then what do we think we should expect from the racing this weekend? Will be a lot of passing? Is the straightaway long enough to kind of pack the field up?
I think the straightaway is long enough to pack the field up. Of course, I think we'll all be on the rev limiter, but I think the racing will be good. I think we got a pretty good shot at winning this weekend.
Along with Jack Jeffers, of course, we mentioned Cameron Weinberg, his teammate there on the CRG, has been leading that camp for a good part of 2022. Well, his other teammate, Austin Garrison, we haven't seen a whole lot of seat time from this year, but he obviously has had some experience in the CRG chassis. Was a CRG Nordam Factory US driver in 2019, even went over and competed at the World Championships in KZ2 in KZ that year, I believe, or if not KZ2, if I'm not mistaken, but over at the World Championships in Pro Shifter, and he's done a little bit of both. He's been kind of a bit of a journeyman over the last few years and found a home here in 2022 with Speed Concepts Racing. Once again, a familiar group for him. Had a great outing at GoPro Motorplex, a top 5 run yesterday. Here's what he had to say at the end of the day. Friday, we were asking for his thoughts on a chassis that's changed quite a bit in a couple seasons, especially since the last time he was on board it.
Austin, this is not far enough back to be a throwback, but just about. Been a couple years since you've been on this thing, and it's a lot different since. What's it like?
So it's definitely different. Now they got one chassis that's here now. We were just trying to go and focus throughout the year, getting it right, with Cameron. I've been wanting to go and test it to go and see how it was going to go and be. And as of now, I mean, for only being on it for one day, never been to this track. So far, the balance of the car feels pretty good. It's pretty solid. So we'll just keep working at it, fine-tuning it, get the balance a little bit better. Been lacking some traction, so got to keep on working on it.
Some of your first thoughts here on this racetrack that you've never been to before. A lot of people say the surface is different. Obviously, the flow is kind of unique to this racetrack. What's it like out there?
Yeah, so I've only been here twice. I was once tuning on somebody, then I was a driver coach. But yeah, everybody said that there's obviously not that much traction out on the racetrack. Got to run a crazy high tire pressure. But going out there, my first experience, I thought the track was pretty fun. It was super flowy, really high speed. I like the downhill left going into that little corkscrew area. But definitely from not being here, you have to, it seems like sometimes if you go into the corners a little bit too hard, you don't have that grip or rubber. You can kind of go and force feed it and get through the corner. If you carry too much speed, you just blow off the whole entire apex of the corner. So for me going out there not knowing that, and that first left-hander, going downhill, I was kind of like struggling there for, the first few sessions, but I eventually gathered myself up. But besides that, I think the track's pretty awesome.
And then how do you think it's going to race? First time here, you don't know exactly what it's going to race like, but you've watched it. What can the fans expect?
So definitely on the last sector of the racetrack, the way how you drive that area kind of seems like you got to go and force it in there. It's not going to be easy to go and pass at the last half of the racetrack. But, you know, obviously you got corner one. It's an easy passing zone. You kind of throw it on the inside there, and that's a really good passing zone. Going back up the hill, obviously, people going set up out wide. Very easy to drive underneath the bottom of somebody. Going down the hill, that fast left. But besides that, after that, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, I would say, to go and pass somebody because you kind of veer into the corners, you know, carrying a lot of speed, park the go-kart, rotate it, get back to the throttle. So.
We're ready now here as we get set for X30 Master action. Chris Wareheim has the field together, and they are underway. Headed up the hill for the first lap here. He's got Danny Robertson on the outside lane, who also improved majorly here for Sunday. Look at that. All the way around the outside. Evan Batt's going to bounce through the grass, and it'll take out about 4 go-karts there. Miguel Meir is involved. Looks like, I believe, Scott Kopp got turned around over in turn number 1 as well. Wareheim leads the field, and it is majorly spread out here on the opening lap. What a shakeup. Martin Stone's got a good opening lap together. He's gotten into second. Robertson's into third. I believe Danilo Romalo is in fourth. And then from there, it's all changed around. Mario Barrios has gotten into the top 5. Here they come to complete lap number 1. Chris Wareheim leads them. Look at this pass back there for third. Nice catch by our cameraman there. Danilo Romalo moving up into the top 3. He'll set his sights on Wareheim. Lap 1 complete. And while we watch the X30 Masters that just had chaos in turn number 1 be a little more spread out, it was anything but spread out in X30 Junior. And it was a great run here for Max Garcia. He was able to get the win in the pre-final. He's down waiting with our Jenna Zami. Jenna?
Max, that was a great pre-final win. You backed the group up behind you. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I just try to stay up front and back them up into each other so they battle each other instead of me.
Yeah. Smart moves. How's the car feel this weekend?
Car's been feeling really good. Tate's got this thing on rails, so I'm feeling good for the final. Yeah.
Who do you want to thank for helping you out this weekend?
Tate, Eric, Billy.
A great trio. Thanks so much, Max. Good luck in the final.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jenna. We'll take it back onto the racetrack here. Look at this. Martin Stone with a good second lap. He closed up to Chris Wareheim by 0.3 of a second and has gotten onto the bumper of him. So 2 laps complete, 14 laps to go here in Speed Concepts Racing X30 Master. Here comes Stone down the inside. He'll take over the lead. Wareheim back to second. Romalo lurking there in third. Danny Robertson was also quicker than the race leader. He's close. And Mario Barrios, yesterday's winner, just went purple. He is still about 3 seconds back from the lead with a lot of work to be done. But if they battle enough up front, he could get there. Martin Stone, yet to lead any lap so far this weekend. He's about to lead his very first one. Oh, well, take that back. Wareheim quickly answers back through the final 2 corners. He'll reclaim the lead in the Nash Motorsports Beer Elkhart. Back to the point here down the front straightaway. Across the line and up the hill at turn number 1. Stone will push him into that first chicane. Wareheim leads the 4-car group. So it's Wareheim, Stone, Romalo, and then Danny Robertson. And Stone going to give Wareheim a moment here to lead the field. He'll give him a second to follow and see if Wareheim can up the pace. Because, again, he was a good bit off of where Stone and Romalo were the lap before. Stone knows there's company coming, but Wareheim drops through the drop-down hairpin turn number 7 nicely. So he's able to hang on to that spot well. And over to turn number 9 now here this time. It is a 4-car group up front. Mario Barrios there at the end of the frame. Closing in here, they go to the final corner and out of it down the front straightaway. Chris Wareheim will make a quick adjustment there on the radiator. Stone will get a big run to the bumper, pushing, stays behind him down at the end of this lap here. Wareheim put a good one together that time, a 48-48. So that'll be enough to here seemingly keep these guys content with the level of pace through turn 3. No change still here in X30 Masters presented by Speed Concepts Racing, as Chris Wareheim here has not been racing with the rest of these guys, but he was a former top X30 Pro division contender for many seasons, was a sponsored driver for a number of U.S. factory teams, most recently in his final few years with Evo Kart and with Top Kart USA, 2 brands that were a little bit off the side and off the beaten path that we don't see here this weekend at the moment. One driver we have seen here making his way through, Danilo Romalo, gets by on Martin Stone there in turn 10. He'll pick up another one, now locks his targets onto Wareheim up the ways down the front straightaway here, about 6/10 back at the end of the lap. Stone able to slide in line ahead of Danny Robertson, and we'll see if the REM Cosmics work better with this lineup as Martin Stone has bounced around a couple different outfits here this weekend under Kevin Monteith's Racing Edge Motorsports operation based out of Canada, and the OTK operation second and third right now inside the top 5 with Nash Motorsports' Chris Wareheim leading the way. Danny Robertson and Mario Barrios, a pair of Rollison Performance Group Cosmics, they are 4th and 5th here with 5 laps in, 11 laps to go. Romalo already closing the gap here to Wareheim. 3 car lengths back as they head through turn number 10. Out of turn number 11, they'll rocket down the front straightaway. 6 complete, 10 to go. Wareheim's going to have company in a moment as Danilo Romalo goes purple. 47.843. Only Mario Barrios is on that level of pace. Barrios is already closing in on the scene. He's cut down a second so far. Here comes Romalo, big run, turn 3. Not close enough there, but he's only a car length back now from Wareheim as they head for turn number 4. Through 4, down through 5, over through turn number 6, that quick left-hander that drops you into turn number 7, one of the coolest corners that we go to on the 2022 National Circuit. And through turn number 8, over to 9, still a car length back. Wareheim looking pretty solid through the hairpin section, it seems. Maybe not so much in that turn 1-2 section, lacking a little bit of grip over the curbing, but coming out of the final corner, Romalo will get a decent run, good launch. Let's see what he can do here up at turn number 3 maybe, as he's been really, really strong up and over the turn 1-2 chicane here throughout a lot of this weekend. They'll go into the first corner section, jump it over the curbing. Nice run for Romalo. Gets a little more on the turn 2 section. Looks to the inside for the lead. Romalo slides it through, and he gets by on Wareheim. Martin Stone to the bumper here. Wareheim, little quick block check. Moves back over to the line into turn number 4, and they'll stay single file. Look at that Romalo. Big time gap. He pulls away instantly, about 3 car lengths. Stone waiting. Not yet going by into turn number 7 through 8 over to 9. No change there either. Had a look, didn't to consider it further. And Danilo Romalo finds himself now with a nice and healthy gap beginning to build as they work their way on through. Here they come out onto the front straightaway, side by side for second across the line. And we talked about the reigning champion, Scott Kopp, unfortunately having some bad luck here to start this main event. He was collected there in turns 1 and 2. He has had to pull it into the scale lines early. Not a single lap completed for the reigning series champion, Scott Kopp. He has caught up with Jenna Tommy. We'll send it down to get his thoughts on that turn 1 skirmish. Jenna?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Scott Kopp. What happened in those first 2 corners?
Well, we went up the hill. It seemed like pretty even, outside line, inside line, and then somebody made an aggressive move to the outside, made it 3 wide. You can't fit 3 carts through that chicane.
Definitely not in Masters 2. You guys are a little bit bigger than the juniors that may be able to pull that off. What's it like racing in this class on this track? Like, how's Masters on Road America?
It's been tough, actually. So it seems like you get speed for a little bit, and then the speed kind of goes away. The speed will come back. It's really hard to be consistent, and it's hard to run people down. If you get behind, if you make a bad pass, lose a couple cart lengths, then you're just sitting there.
The carts are definitely fluctuating. How's the energy under your tent this weekend? Are you feeling good?
I mean, we've had a rough weekend. We've wrecked some stuff now. Not been very fast, so not particularly.
Have you made it at all to keep the energy up?
I mean, we were good on practice day.
Like to Zeepkins?
Oh, that way. No. I mean, obviously I've had a few juice boxes after hours, but no, not even that.
Well, that'll help. Thanks so much, Scott.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jenna, here again. Unfortunate for Scott Kopp, not the way he wanted to start his Sunday here in the pre-final with a crash to begin in turns 1 and 2, but unfortunately that is all she wrote here for the national number 1. He's got some work to do to make up some points here in the main event later on today. The good news, only 16 drivers in X30 Master means it shouldn't be too hard to work his way on through. We watched them come on down the hill here into turn number 7 and over to turn number 8. Danilo Romalo, after looking like he might have been able to pull away with how quickly he was able to run down Chris Wareheim and then begin to build a gap, he hasn't done too much of that. He has kind of stabilized at about 3 to 4 car lengths up the road, and if you look there at the end of the grouping, Mario Barrios has arrived, and he's already got one. There he goes by his teammate Danny Robertson. Move Barrios up into 4th. He's been the fastest driver on the racetrack the last few laps. That'll get bested by Wareheim this time at a 47.72. Picks 2/10 off the gap back to Romalo. Up the hill, turns 1 and 2. Mario Barrios joining the fray, and so is Scott Roberts in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Also kind of got held up a little bit by that crash in turns 1 and 2. He's closed up now to Barrios' rear bumper and to Roberts' rear bumper now for that 5th position, so he'll be lurking and looking to make his way up. He's running lap times equal to that of Wareheim and Martin Stone. They are the fastest drivers on the racetrack at the moment, and they are closing in to Danilo Romalo, who has led for a good ways. Now only a kart length out from Wareheim, so that gap is down. Let's see, Wareheim's been aggressive with some of his passes in the hairpins. Wasn't close enough there. I think we could see a move here very soon. Got a good launch onto the straightaway. Half a car back in the toe. Hits the limiter. That'll kind of end that run there by turn number 1 as the rev limiter at 16,000 RPMs makes it a little bit tougher for the 125cc classes to take full advantage of the draft at the top end speed. But into turn 4, Roberts, little look, not going to go there down the inside on Danny Robertson, but he was almost there where he could have made the move. And Martin Stone is equally there on Wareheim as Wareheim is on Danilo Romalo. So 2 groups kind of 3 at the moment, with Barrios waiting to catch back up to the leaders. If they pass for the lead, that'll be all he needs to get in contention. It'll be 3 laps to go this time by Danilo Romalo, still your leader, over Chris Wareheim and Martin Stone. Through the final hairpin. Here he goes down the inside, and he's around. Made contact side to side with Romalo. They pop tires. Romalo drops back to 5th. Wareheim, for the 2nd day in a row, has spun 90 degrees sideways in front of the field. There he is back, going all the way back in 6th. What a turn of events here, Caleb.
Yeah, that was wasn't expecting that one to happen. I don't know if the Romalo got surprised at the fact that Wareheim was trying to sit it that late or what happened, but unfortunate for both of them. Now they're going to find themselves probably farther back when it comes time to the feature, seeing as it's going to be 2 laps to go at the line.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time to make up for that. Chris Wareheim now will look at best to maybe be on the outside of row number 3 if there's not any damage. He's got company coming from behind battling him, and the battle for the lead is all changed up. Here's Barrios looking for the lead on Martin Stone. He'll run him to the edge of the racetrack, and Mario Barrios has clawed his way from 3 seconds back to the point. 4-driver breakaway here in X30 Masters as they go up the hill. Let's see if he blocks. He will. All the way to the bottom side. Everybody follows him. Stone to the bottom side as well. So is Robertson. Scott Roberts is there trying to find a way around them all. Robertson going to put pressure on Martin Stone to block into 3. That'll run him wide, and Mario Barrios gets a little bit of a gap as there's Romalo there at the end of the screen. Here's Robertson. Oh, he blocked there. He was holding off Scott Roberts for 3rd as they go down the hill into turn number 7.
Yeah, making the way out of 7, heading towards the hairpin at turn 8. I think Barrios just has enough time that he needs. With 1 lap to go at the line, I think he's got enough breathing room as side-by-side for 2nd. That was Robertson trying to get around Stone, making the way into the hairpins now. They still go nose to tail, so unless they settle it down as Scott Roberts tries to send it on the inside, but not enough to get it done as they run away wide on exit. There was your 3rd placement of Robertson. So they're also going back and forth. All the while, look at the gap that Barrios has heading into turn number 1.
Yeah, that's a safe gap for Mario Barrios to start the final lap here as Martin Stone is feeling the heat from the rest of the group here. Scott Roberts is all over him. Up the hill, Roberts drops a tire. He'll have to kind of be careful about Danilo Romalo. He's going to run him to the edge of the racetrack and get by for 4th. Romalo obviously frustrated there with the move. He thought he should have been in contention for the lead and the win, and now they're all spread out, dropping down the hill, all 5 of them. Mario Barrios, a solid run from 9th on the grid. We talked about how rough that qualifying run was for him. Yesterday's winner, well, the race pace has been stellar. He's avoided the carnage. He's made the right moves when he needed to, been forceful when he needed to, and out of the final turn, Mario Barrios wins the pre-final at X30 Master. A wild one here presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Roberts in 2nd, Martin Stone in 3rd, Danilo Romalo in 4th, Scott Roberts 5th. Here's that group across the line. Wareheim gets back by Jake Fetter, who worked his way around him a lap ago to hold on to 6th. He's got the fastest lap honors. I think there may be some fireworks in that scale line here between Danilo Romalo and Chris Wareheim, because I'm sure both of them, 4th and 6th, is not how they wanted to end their pre-final after crashing out for the lead. So behind Wareheim, rounding your top 10, Jake Fetter, Christian Vomier, Rob Mayer, and Miguel Mir. Your top 10 in Speed Concepts Racing X30 Masters. We're just getting started. 2 pre-finals in. Mini Swift coming your way next for the 3rd round of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, presented by Millwright, MPG Motorsports, Will Power Kart, and of course Leading Edge Motorsports. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage, and we'll be right back.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
And welcome back here. About to get underway with our Mini Swift, sponsored by D&J International Services. As we're about to get underway here shortly, your front row goes as follows. That's Cade Yeager, starting next to Lucas Palacio. Carson Weinberg, starting next to Tyler Roberts. Salvador Della Vecchia starts in P number 5, next to Michael McCahey. Asen Dramalov starts in P7, next to Turner Brown. Keelan Harvick in the 9th position, starts next to Ethan Tovo. That's going to be Isaac Malka, Brady Shad in 11th and 12th. Ty Fisher, Axter Ockstein in 13th and 14th. 15th to Jackson Tova. 16th to Carter McMurray. 17th to Phone Shi. 18th goes to Davis Henry. 19th is going to be Travis Petit. 20th is going to go to Nicole Sarapti in P20. 21st is going to be Carson Berry. Benham Abernathy in the 22nd position. William Kim in 23rd. Max Weiland 24th. Gage Korn in the 25th position. As they're about to get underway here soon, you can see some of these kiddos doing a last-minute tire scrub, trying to get the tires up to temperature as quick as possible. Again, Cade Yeager is going to be starting on pole position. As you can see, his hands up in the air. He's in the inside lane. Lucas Palacio, who's actually going to send around one more time, is going to start on the outside of row number 1 as they make their way around. You can see him taking the cut through. A little bit, the reason why they do that, they cut about half the track out. They can get them going just a little bit quicker as they make their way now through turns number 7. And they're going to try to see some of these kiddos are going to be scrubbing their tires. Since they go through the cut through, they pick up dust, dirt, rubber, anything you can think of that lays on the track. And they're going to have to scrub that all off before they can make their way into the bowl corner on the exit of the oval, make their way around towards start finish yet again. Again, 14 laps is going to be the distance.
Yeah, 14 laps here for the Mini Swifts. Cade Yeager trying to rebound from a DQ from yesterday. Lucas Palacio
looking to go one spot higher than yesterday. Everyone looking for redemption. Keelan Harvick was by himself in qualifying, so he's got some work to do here in the pre-final. Let's see what he can do here in DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift. As they come out of the final corner, down onto the front straightaway here, warming the tires up. It's a massive grid of Mini Swifts. So far this weekend, there's been a little bit of carnage in turns 1 and 2. Nothing big. Does the big one strike now? Hopefully not, for I'm sure all the parents and mechanics on the stand. And as we go green, up the hill for the very first time today, Mini Swifts are racing towards turns 1 and 2. Cade Yeager will take the line down the inside. Palacio quickly got in line to second. They're going to fan out 3-4 wide. Couple drivers nosedive into the wall, and we got turned in front of the field. Harvick had to go into the air. 1 or 2 are on the access road in the grass on the outside lane. It is a chaotic scene here from about 5th on back. I think Carter McMurray had to go on the access road to the grass. He's all the way to the tail, and that's given a massive gap once again, just like yesterday, to the top few drivers, and one more was taken out. That might have been Nico Sarfati. Either way, Cade Yeager leads. Palacio and Carson Weinberg, they got a good start. The top 3 are safe. From there, it's all changed up. Going back to 4th on the racetrack, I think that might be Michael McCaughey in the 161 out of the final turn. Here comes your top 3. Let's give it the updated order with 1 lap complete, 13 laps to go. Cade Yeager leads him up the hill. What does Palacio do? He wants the lead. He'll look to the inside. Turn 1. He'll take it away. Bring Carson Weinberg with him. And indeed, McCaughey up the order. Austin Dromalev to 5th. Then it looks like about 6 on back. Really got wiped out. Brady Shad's up 6 spots from 12th into 6th. Davis Henry is up 11 spots from 18th to 7th. Ethan Tovo to 8th. Asher Oxtein 9th. Harvick, don't know if he sustained any damage. It was just off camera as we switched around. He got popped in the air. That rear axle went up, slammed back down. He is in 10th at the moment here at the end of the first lap, Caleb.
Yeah, very hectic start after, like we talked about before, turns 1 and 2 can be a little dicey when it makes their way through, especially with the fact that they added in that barrier system to prevent drivers from trying to cut the chicane, as we are now watching. That's your leader now, Lucas Palacio, making his way across the line to C12 to go. Weinberg, Yeager is your top 3, but just off in the distance, Michael McCaughey in 4th is slowly starting to edge his way back up to the back bumper of your pole sitter of Cade Yeager, who's now starting to follow pace just a little bit in the 3rd spot, and Ascend Dramalov in P5 is also starting to get up into the mix.
Whoa, must have been a lot of dirt on the racetrack there in turn 3. Lucas Palacio rimrode the outside of the corner as he missed the braking marker, or maybe hit his normal one and hit some dust. I'm sure there was a lot of dirt all over the racetrack in turns 1 and 2 from that turn 1 skirmish, and it probably was still there here on this 3rd lap, or at least maybe someone going off in that sector. So either way, Palacio able to hang on to the lead, but Weinberg stacks up behind him, and like you said, Austin Dramalev's on the way. Michael McCaughey has already caught them. It's about to be 5 in the lead group. Could be a few more depending how things shake out here as they work their way through the final corner. It's a little gap back to that 2nd pack. So here's Palacio leading the lead group up the hill. Carson Weinberg, big run, big head of steam, looking inside for the lead. Here he goes, and Cade Yeager will go through with him. So it's Weinberg and Yeager to 1st and 2nd. Lucas Palacio back to P3.
Yeah, as they continue to bunch up that top 4. As you said, that 2nd pack, they're starting to come up into distance just a little bit. That's being led by Brady Shad up 6 positions, currently running in the 6th spot. You can see him at the top of your screen. If the top 4 continue to go back and forth like we've seen, easily the 3-pack of both Shad, Oxtein, and then Harvick will catch back up. But again, 12 laps to go. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen here with 12 laps to go. Carson Weinberg, your new leader here in the Speed Concepts Racing CRG. Good day yesterday here. Was up in the mix, battling for the win all day long. Good run for Turner Brown, his teammate. Unfortunately, Brown was also collected, I believe, in that opening lap incident. Trying to give you an idea of who all was there. Carter McMurray was involved. He's down in 32nd. Salvador de la Vecchia involved as well. Turner Brown and Jackson Tovo, complete DNF. They did not get a single time across the start-finish line, so no laps completed for them. The good news, they'll have fresher tires than everyone in the main. The bad news here, they are absolutely at the tail, 33rd and 34th, as a pass is made there by Michael McCaughey. He's able to get himself up another position. Last time by, though, he was not the fastest. Neither was anyone in the top 5. Keelan Harvick at the best time of the session, a 51.94. That's 4/10 better than the leaders right now. He currently leads the 2nd pack just outside of this frame. So you can see these guys here. There's McCaughey and Cade Yeager, 3rd and 4th. Austin Dromalev in the Techno Kart is 5th. Back in 6th, there is Harvick. He's gone by Brady Shad, who is pushing him, along with Asher Oxtein there in a 3-car grouping. Coming out of the final turn, here's Yeager. Little look to the inside on McCaughey. He'll tuck back in line up the straightaway. Palacio pushing with Weinberg. That can start to build separation, or it would
if Palacio would have pushed him, he decided to go by him there in turn number 1.
Yeah, McCaughey had a little bobble, and he had just another one there on the exit of 2. Now that's going to force Cade Yeager to go on the outside, trying for a crossover. Here comes Austin Tromolov now. He has joined the pack in the 5th position, looking right behind Yeager, and Yeager trying to see if he can't find his way around McCaughey as they make their way down the hill.
Yeah, down the hill to turn number 7 here. Michael McCaughey had a great chance to get back up to the pack with Palacio passing for the lead, and then he bobbled again, so that's allowed them to get another gap. Weinberg's even got a little gap built up here to Palacio. This is great news, though, for Keelan Harvick's group. They're almost into frame. You can see Harvick and the Hunt Brothers Pizza Harvick Racing Parallel closing the gap. Brady Shad is coming also on the 165 Merlin. Up 5 spots for Brady Shad. Asher Rockstein up 6. Carson Berry is up 12 positions in the 117 Red Speed for GWR. And down to turn number 1, Yeager finally going to complete that pass on Michael McCaughey to retake the 3rd spot. Here comes Austin Dromelev. Does he go? Not in turn number 3. He'll stay in line in 5th there. But Yeager has some work to be done. He's got about a 2.5 seconds up to Carson Weinberg's rear bumper that he needs to track down here over these next 8 laps. As we're approaching the halfway marker, it'll be 7 in, 7 to go as the cross flags come out this time by. And this race, again, has already taken on a completely different life than where we saw in qualifying. Lots of different faces back and forth throughout the pack, and we're just 6 laps in. Here's Harvick. Nice pass for 5th. He's caught this second group. He'll pick up another one into the top 5 for the 162.
Yeah, Harvick seeing as he is the fastest car on track. Look for him to try to dispose of everyone quickly. Running in the second lead pack, it's still Palacio and Weinberg out in front. And now Harvick up into the top 5 as now we're watching the 2 leaders. That's Palacio out in front. Weinberg in the CRG running in second through 1 and 2. And then you can see the second pack. They're in view, but they're not as close as they were before due to all that battling back and forth. There's been a little separation side by side. I think that was Harvick sitting on the inside of McCaughey, and I think he's going to come out on top of it. He will, as he has now got his eyes set on Cade Yeager for 3rd.
Yeah, so that'll be another spot here in half a lap. Keelan Harvick, another spot closer to the top position overall. 4th currently on the racetrack, 2nd in this grouping here, led by Cade Yeager, heading into the hairpin section. And then, like you said, McCaughey right behind him in 5th. Austin Dromelev just kind of going to school a little bit, having a solid weekend he's put together so far aboard the Techno Kart. Up front, Carson Weinberg continuing to push with Lucas Palacio. They've got a 1.2 second margin. It was eaten into by 0.2 last time by. We'll see what it does this time by the stripe. As up the hill they go, there's a good look at the 162 and a good speed gauge as they're pushing 60 miles an hour. And Harvick's going to take that speed and go through to 3rd up the hill to turn number 3. Keelan Harvick gets another one, and it's going to bring more. Austin Dromelev trying to follow McCaughey. McCaughey's going to get turned off the racetrack there. Cade Yeager tried to cross him over, and what a save by Michael McCaughey, nearly into the grass.
Yeah, that was surprising to go on the spin cycle there, but good race control on his part to be able to save it as it is. But now Harvick, he has got clean air, and he has now opened up about 4 or 5 kart lengths from himself to Cade Yeager as he's trying to go to work right now to catch back up to the top 2.
Well, while he goes to work here, we've got the X30 Pros starting to make their way onto the grid. Marian Kremers crossed the line 3rd yesterday, was disqualified in post-race tech inspection. He's down with Zoe Edenholm looking for a little bit more redemption here on Sunday. Zoe?
Hey guys, I'm here with Marian Kremers. You had a rough end to the day yesterday, but you qualified 7th today. How do you manage to make it to the front today?
I mean, hopefully with a good start, and I'll be right up there with the fast guys. Qualifying today went better than yesterday, so no reason why we can't be up there again today fighting for podiums. Yesterday we got on a technicality, which it's in the rule book, so we should have known better. But yeah, we just made a mistake, so it happens, and luckily we get to bounce back today. So.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Marian. You plan to make the podium for the final?
Definitely.
Well, I hope to see you up there.
Thank you. I hope so.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Zoe, here. And again, best of luck to Marian Kremers. A 7th place run in qualifying puts him in a decent spot here to start this main event, or this pre-final. On the inside of row number 4, we've seen so many guys on the inside lane be able to pick up a lot of spots in turns 1 and 2, Caleb. Although here, in this one, if you didn't start inside the top 5, you were really out to lunch. That wreck on turn number 1's turned this race upside down.
Yeah, a lot of factors going into that one. Everyone going for the same piece of real estate in 1 and 2. People feeling like they don't have as much leeway as they did before, which is something that we're actually appreciative for the fact that no one's going to be cutting the chicane, making their way a couple of positions. So that inside line is almost a guaranteed 3 or 4 position moves. But yesterday we did see in both the X30 and the KA senior class, you can roll that outside line and maintain that second spot.
Yeah, you can definitely hang on to it here. And here in Mini Swift, Keelan Harvick has pulled away from that second group. He is trying to track down the leaders all on his own. He was a little bit slower than Palacio last time by. With 3 laps to go, he needs them to fight. He got 0.2 back that time, puts him 1.4 seconds back from the lead, 1.2 back from Carson Weinberg, but I don't think he'll get there until the very end. His father's known as the closer when it comes to NASCAR Cup racing. Keelan Harvick trying to take another page out of his book. He was started again down in the 9th spot, picked up 6 spots so far to 3rd. That's still a great spot to start the main, but he'd love to start from the pole, and he's got plenty of separation out back. Cade Yeager, Austin Dromela, Michael McCaughey, they will not be a factor. Brady Schad has caught up to them. He's in 7th, up 5 spots. Isaac Malkett has rebounded from getting involved in that early incident. He's gotten back into 8th. Asher Oxtein is 9th. Ty Fisher 10th. Carson Berry's dropped back down to 11th. Tyler Roberts just went purple last time by. He's down in the 12th spot. Started up in 4th, and he was collected. I think he was the first one to really get turned sideways there. So with 2 laps to go now, Palacio, a 2-car length gap to Weinberg. He can run the normal line into 1 and 2. We'll see what he does down in the rest of the racetrack. Gave up another 0.2 to Harvick that time by. A 51.4 for Harvick, a 51.2 for him. Here's the second group coming up the hill. Austin Dromelev went to the front of it. He'll lose that spot to Yeager, who goes by in turn 3.
Yes, they continue to go back and forth in that second pack in the lead group. So I think that's going to basically all but seal the deal, seeing as we're going to have a lap and a half to go for the top 2 of Palacio and Weinberg. Although Palacio last time by was looking at about a 0.3 advantage, I don't think it's going to drop down too much unless Weinberg can pull something out of the top hat. But as you said, Harvick just chipping away at the time. I don't think he has enough time either. He's down by a second. This next time by, he may be 0.8. He needs something major in the top 2 to bring him back to him.
Here they come through the final couple corners here. White flag in the air, across the line. 1 lap to go towards turn number 1. Lucas Palacio, 3 car lengths back to Carson Weinberg. Then Harvick, then this group here side by side again. Look at that. Yeager was nearly around the inside on Dromelev. Dromelev able to get around him on the outside lane. Now Yeager's going to lose his spot to Schad. They're going to go 3 wide. What a move by Brady Schad. Able to get himself up to 4th. He'll block the inside of turn number 4. They're going to battle back for 3rd or 4th on the racetrack. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Lucas Palacio has Weinberg right on him here on the final lap. Carson Weinberg, last time through. Here he goes. Got around him. And Keelan Harvick was able to get around both of them. Into the lead for Keelan Harvick just off camera there. What a final lap. It didn't think it was possible. Palacio can't get there in the last turn. Harvick wins the pre-final.
Wow.
Palacio and Weinberg blocked on the bottom side there in the last couple corners, and they ultimately, I think, hurt the momentum, and Harvick was able to cross them both up in turn number 8. Keelan Harvick, once again, a last lap thriller. We got one turned around on the front straightaway. That might have been Carson Berry. One of the OTKs. It is the 122. That's a little further back than Berry. My mistake. That, I think, was Mason Berry. His brother getting turned around and falls all the way down to 28th. Mason had worked his way up inside the top 20 to about 18th on the final lap, 18th or 19th. And Berry drops 10 more spots down to 28th by the checkered flag. So many movers on that one. Credit to Salvador De La Vecchia and Carter McMurray. They at least made up a handful of spots. McMurray gets back to 24th. De La Vecchia gets back to 21st. But let's give you the updated top 10. Keelan Harvick, last lap thrills. He's making it a tradition, a habit here. He is 4/10 up by Palacio at the line over Lucas Palacio 2nd, Carson Weinberg 3rd, Cade Yeager 4th, Brady Schad in 5th, Austin Dromela, Michael McCaughey, Tyler Roberts, Asher Oxtein, and Ty Fisher. Your top 10 here in the D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift Pre-Final. The X30 Pros are getting set to go green here. We've talked to a number of them. Let's send it down to Jeremy Fletcher, the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver. Decent weekend, but ultimately didn't end too well yesterday, falling down to 10th by the end of the main event in X30 Pro. Let's see what he had to say here back on Friday when practice was starting to come to a close.
Jeremy, second major race with RPM. Opening weekend was good in KA, was pretty decent in X30. How does it feel to be with this outfit now? Do you feel at home?
I mean, it's definitely great. They're very welcoming. I just came here, got good data from Paulie. His best finishes in X30 we've had consistently all year, besides NOLA. But the KA, definitely, we got to Utah. Felt like I was at home and walked away with it.
So how about this weekend here? How have you and Paulie been so far? It looked like Thursday was pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, Paulie's definitely fast, helping with coaching. We're sharing setups and everything, so it should be good.
And then having a teammate, you haven't had one to start your rookie season, and you were still strong, got a race win. To have one, how much nicer is that going into a race weekend?
I mean, it's definitely easier because, I mean, you got guys like RPG that are lining up with 8 guys, and, you know, they're all protecting the one fast guy, so it sucks. But.
And then for this weekend here, what can the fans expect from this racetrack? What it's like racing at Road America?
I mean, it's definitely slick, but it's going to be crazy racing, you know. I mean, you can't cut turn 1 anymore, so if you're coming from the back, it's definitely a lot more work.
So welcome back to Speedville here, the National Park of Speed. Road America playing host to the 3rd round of the United States Pro Kart Series season, and the X30 Pro drivers are getting set to head on to the racetrack here. Caleb, we covered it a good bit in qualifying when it happened, but it's still a bit of a shocker here to look back through this lineup here for X30 Pro presented by Franklin Motorsports. Ryan Norberg, again, that's no surprise to see him at the top of the order. Qualifies on the pole after winning the pre-final and the main event yesterday. It was a phenomenal performance as he chases an unprecedented 6th National Pro Championship in just as many seasons. Here, over 7 seasons. Tyler McIntyre in the 338 Motaz Sport Alonso Kart with a best career starting spot. He'll start on the outside of row number 1 here, and his sophomore season started off kind of up and down. Last year we saw some spots of goodness out of him, but this is a major way to turn the wick up here from Saturday. Compared to where he was, just kind of hovering the top 10 and then hovering the top 5, top 10 through practice day. Qualifying P2 out of the slow group, super impressive.
Yeah, I think what we're starting to see, too, is the younger group that's starting to come into this the senior class starting to improve overall. I mean, Cameron Weinberg sitting in the 3rd spot. Colin Warren, obviously someone who's a veteran when it comes to single-speed racing, find himself in 4th. So Brian Norberg, he earned it yesterday because there was a lot of pressure on him. I think he's going to have to earn it today, especially from what we've seen in turns 1 and 2 on the start. I think it may be a little hectic in this one as well.
We'll have to see. Diego Contecha has had really good short-run pace all weekend long. The Orsolon Racing Kart Republic driver rolls off behind Colin Warren there for a pair of KRs, 4th and 5th. Contecha now, the big difference here for today compared to yesterday of having to start on the outside of the front row in both of the sessions. He had to kind of work his way through the field and then get to Norberg by lap 4, lap 5. And then even then stayed with him the entire main, just came up a couple car lengths short at the checkered flag. I talked with his team owner Fabio Orsolon for a split second here this morning. Came up to me and said, man, we were so close to getting him there yesterday. They're pumped up, and now they've got an inside row starting position on the inside of row number 3 today. They could look pretty good. In fact, it's a pair of Diegos on row number 3. Diego Ramos, newly signed PSL karting driver, brought them home some hardware on day number 1. He'd love nothing more than to do that again. He outqualified his teammate Marian Kremers by about 1/10 of a second, who will start to the inside of row number 4. Kremers starts alongside another one of the young guns coming into the class, Paul Bocuse. Great starts yesterday, no question. He'd get out to 2nd or 3rd after turn number 1, no matter how they would work out. It'll be a little tougher for him to do that from the 8th position on the grid here today, but he's had some great runs to begin his races, and then the pace just hasn't been there to back it up on the long run. So Bocuse down in the 8th spot, and then you talk about the edge of the top 10. What a great run here it has been for Adam Maxwell in qualifying to start on Sunday. Another best career qualifying effort for a rookie. The 341 AMAX Racing Tony Kart pulls off the inside of Hayden Jones, the sophomore or the 3rd-year senior driver, becoming a veteran in the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. He rounds off row number 5. You go back, row number 6, it'll be the 335 of Wes Stuchak, another RPG Cosmic to the outside of him. It'll be the Nash Motorsports EOS kart of Ryan Vincent.
Yeah, after that we go to Justin White starting the 13th spot. He starts next to Dante Hughes, someone else we thought was going to be higher up in the field. And alongside him is Austin Garrison, who was battling inside the top 5 most of the race yesterday. Finds himself 15th position. Aiden Fox in the 16th spot. And then we get to Oscar Pinozo, 17th, Jeremy Fletcher, 18th.
You go further back again, Jeremy Fletcher, like we said, 10th place yesterday. Got up as high as about 6th or 7th in the main. Kind of got boosted up by some penalties, but as a whole, was not where he wanted to be. Definitely not where he wants to be in qualifying. His teammate, Paulie Massimino, lining up right behind him there on rows 9 and 10. They start 18th. Jack Jeffers splits them up. He starts to the inside of Massimino in 19th, another driver that was inside the top 10 yesterday. Then Justin Ataconis and Kevin Covedo moving onto row number 11. It's 31 of America's best and the world's best, really, getting set to go green. X30 Pro into the lines, too fast. First time by. They're going to wave them around, send them for another try here before we go green this time by. So Ryan Norberg, Tyler McIntyre will have another shot to try and get this one started. When we get going here, we'll be able to send it down to some of our top drivers in Mini Swift, try to get an idea of how that race all played out, because what a performance by Keelan Harvick to, again, go from 9th on the grid, work his way up, catch them at the very end. He'll be down here at the scale line area in just a moment. But first here, let's get this pro race underway. Ryan Norberg and Tyler McIntyre, Cameron Weinberg and Colin Warren, Diego Contecha and Diego Ramos, right? Row number 3, all set and ready. It is a beautiful day. Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, Road America. What a great racetrack. What a great weekend it's been. It's been beautiful weather for all days of action so far outside of a little bit of rain Friday morning, and it's a sunny 70-degree afternoon here in Wisconsin. Let's see how they line up. It looks good in the tram lines. Is it good enough? It'll get the green. We're racing up the hill at turn number 1. Norberg with a great jump. Weinberg instantly goes to second, and they're going to fan out the turns 1 and 2. Can they all make it through? It's been a good couple starts, couple bit of shuffling, but as a whole, the field survives, and McIntyre able to get back into the 5th position, doesn't lose too much. He gets ahead of one of the PSL karting Bureau Arts over at turn number 3, while Norberg takes him through the hill for the first time and drops them into 7. It's Weinberg into P2, Diego Contecha to 3rd, Colin Warren from 4th, dropped down on the inside, got up to 4th and stays in that spot as McIntyre runs behind him there in 5th. Then we go back, I believe it's Ramos and then Kremers, but they might have switched. It's Kremers actually into 6th, Ramos 7th, Bocuse is 8th, Jones is up to 9th, Ryan Vincent is up to 10th, as Adam Maxwell's going to lose his spot to Jeremy Fletcher. Diego Contecha will pick up the 2nd spot from Cameron Weinberg. So move Contecha up to P2. He starts this one just a little ways back from Norberg at the end of the first lap.
You guys make their way now through the chicane. Weinberg quick to the back bumper of Contecha to try to give him just a little bit of a push. A little bit of a bobble there. Going into 3 as they're side by side a little bit farther back. I believe that may have been Colin Warren. Maybe, no, Colin Warren's up one. So that was Diego Ramos and Tyler McIntyre. Marion Kramer's actually switching spots up there. There's a bunch of Burrell Arts up in that group right now, but they're getting themselves sort of back out as they make their way down out of turn number 7.
Kremers was able to get by McIntyre there at the top of the hill. Now we'll watch Diego Contecha try to work his way forward. Look at this, Hayden Jones. Everybody eating up Tyler McIntyre. He hasn't been up front like this in a minute, and I think a lot of them are trying to take him to school. The Sharks are out for the Motaz Sport Alonso kart driver, losing a lot of positions here early on. Kremer's going to get another one. He gets by Colin Warren there in the final corner. Ramos not able to follow. That's allowing a little more separation for Cameron Weinberg and Diego Contecha. They were a 10th quicker than Norberg last time by. More work to be done here as the field works its way through turns 1 and 2. There's Jeremy Fletcher with a move on Ryan Vincent. Kremers on Warren, or Ramos on Warren, sorry. He gets him finally to crack the top 5. All the while, again, let's send it on down to the scale line. Zoe Edenholmes caught up with Keelan Harvick, your winner in that Mini Swift pre-final. Zoe, talk to the man who was able to work his way through with just a couple corners to go.
Hey guys, I'm here with Keelan Harvick. You won yesterday. You qualified 8th today, and you managed to pull off the win in the pre-final. How do you feel?
I feel really good. I just want to thank everyone that helps me, my mom, my dad. I just want to say that it's not hard because you have to qualify good, and I didn't really do that both days. So I think we're making some progress, and I think we could do a lot better in the main.
Do you think you can hold the win for the main event?
I'm not sure, but I'll try.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Keelan, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Zoe. Here back on the racetrack, you can see Diego Contecha is working his way up to Ryan Norberg, only 2 car lengths back now. 4 drivers in the lead group as they head for turn number 7 here, Caleb.
Yeah, as they make their way out of 7, Norberg's going to have his hands full because not only is Contecha pulling back up, but Weinberg, enjoying the tow that he is getting off of the back of Contecha in the 3rd spot, is following and slowly up in the mix. Someone who didn't see this high up yesterday, Marion Kremers in the Burrell Art, may have found something overnight and maybe found an adjustment to make. He is now on the back bumper of Weinberg as they make their way towards turn number 1. He is going to stay in line. So the top 4 are all equally spaced, and Ryan Norberg, we're not seeing the normal pull away from the field at the start. He's going to have his hands full the rest of this one as Marion Kremers goes by for 3rd.
Smart move there by Cameron Weinberg. He made a little mistake in turns 1 and 2, saw Kremers was coming, and quickly got out of the way to not lose too much time. That was a veteran move from the rookie. Now, Diego Contecha, this right here has been his weak part of the racetrack and Ryan Norberg's strong point from turn number 5 down to turn number 7. As the field cycles on through here, we'll pick them up. Here's some of the mid-pack battling going on as well. Tyler McIntyre trailing Jeremy Fletcher. Fletcher's picked up 11 spots already. He has gone from 18th on the grid to 7th. So a phenomenal run forward here for Jeremy Fletcher as there goes Hayden Jones on by. He'll pick up a spot there on McIntyre as well. McIntyre shuffled down to the 11th position, or 10th position, sorry. And we've got problems in the back. That was Santiago Fernandez just off camera as well that just got turned around over in turn 9.
As we watch the field, there's Colin Warren going by, and right behind him is Jeremy Fletcher in the Tony Kart, the Ryan Perry Motorsports entry. And like we said before, he is up 11 spots before, or currently running after he had a poor qualifying run. So he's trying to revive just as much as he can, as we're watching Hayden Jones right now. And behind him is McIntyre. And then we get to Paul Bocuse. So that is the mid-pack battle. Let's see if we can't see anything up front with our leaders, as there's Colin Warren going by. Here's out in front, 1 and 2. That is Contagia slowly catching up. And Marian Kremers starting to put the pressure on him right now for second.
He was just about to and then made a major mistake there we caught in turn number 10. He got it too much curbing on the inside, popped him sideways. Now the good news, Contagia and him were still a good bit quicker than Norberg. Contagia a little bit sideways through turn number 1 that time. He loses some ground, but they're closing in still and keeping the number 1 in the mix as Kremers pulls up to him here, headed over to turn number 4, over through 5, 6, and 7. They'll drop down the hill into the corner here this time. Again, this is where, like I said, Contagia was a little bit weaker than Norberg yesterday, but then the hairpin section, he's been super, super strong. Talking with newly signed driver coach for Rollison Performance Group, Danny Formale, he's like, man, this kid is so good in this sector, and he knows it. He shut the door right there on the 2020 world champion Marian Kremers, and Kremers now this time gets through, second try by, says, all right, work together, let's go, I caught you, how about you help me catch this Lex guy, and then you can fight him. So with 9 laps to go, Marian Kremers and Ryan Norberg, two best of buds off the racetrack. They haven't gotten to go toe-to-toe a whole lot this year. We might get the chance to see it here today as Kremers is looking really racy. He's got the fastest lap of the session so far. He is 6/10 back as they work their way through 5, 6, and 7. Yeah, Contagia doing a huge favor to Martin as they made their way out of the final corner. Gave him a giant push, making their way up towards turn number 1. That was able to close the gap back down. Obviously, when you pass, especially in the hairpins, it slows your momentum down. As now we see Contagia, he's got to be smart. I mean, you got to think long-term here. If you finish third, you're going to be starting on the inside row. And, yeah, it may be nice to start on the outside of row number 1, but at the same time, you got to put in the long distance here so you can't let Ryan Norberg start to run away. Marian Kremers that time by was a little bit slower, obviously started the lap a little bit slower. He needs to get going here. They're out of the tow window right now from Norberg. They got to get going a little bit if they want to have a chance at catching him. You can see Contagia's right there. Ramos is right there. He's closed up. He went his best lap that time by, was quicker than everybody in this pack. Went by Cameron Weinberg a moment ago. So Weinberg back into the 5th spot, just kind of cruising there in the Speed Concepts Racing CRG. Not at the moment having the pace he needs to fight for the lead and the win. We'll see if Kremers can lead them up to Norberg. He was a little quicker than Contagia in a good bit of it. And I think this lap he is starting to make up some ground as we zoom in here on Ramos and Weinberg. We'll see if Weinberg goes back on Ramos. Not yet. I think he's happy to ride there. Maybe he'll wait and see if that pace subsides. But I think Marian Kremers is on a burner. And indeed, 3/10 better than Ryan Norberg that time by. Marian Kremers is up 5 spots and digging. He went a 46.91, fastest lap of the session to Marian Kremers in the PSL Karting Burrell Art. He's closing in on the race leader, and he'll be there in about 2 laps at this rate. Yeah, the Burrell Art's definitely coming up into effect here today. I think they may have figured out where they have been missing yesterday, and they've really started to come onto the scene as now we're watching. That is Weinberg running in the 5th position, trying to get back around Ramos to get up to 4th. As they continue to go nose to tails, are going back and forth. Let's see if we can't pan back over the leaders. I think Kremers may have a little bit of a run here coming into 1 if he can hit this last corner perfect. Got a little bit sideways on that curbing there. I'm not sure how he's able to keep that cart underneath him. You can see him full opposite lock when he goes through turn number 10. He still hit the best lap of the session even with that. So whatever he's doing, it's working. 2/10 better than Norberg again. McIntyre finally getting going. Took him a little while to find his footing. He's up to 8th back, made up a few. Oh! Big mistake there. Big wiggle out of Marian Kremers. Yeah, I think he may have overcooked it on the entry, and like you said, he is so loose right now. He is struggling to keep it underneath him, but it's working for him because it's quick. I think he just got in a little too deep as now he goes door-to-door with Contagia, and I think with 5 laps to go this next time by, Ryan Norberg may have this one locked in if they go back and forth here for a second. Yeah, luckily Contagia cut him a break there. I think they're all waiting to see if anyone's got anything for Norberg. Now Ramos going to stuff Contagia. That'll be a good team move right there. Gives Kremers some time. So Marian Kremers can wait a little bit, and the furled flag going. I think that one went to Ramos, and I'm not sure exactly what he might have gotten into, but Contagia's going to go back on him. He'll take back the 3rd spot, brings Weinberg with. Look who's joined the fray. Colin Warren, out of thin air, has joined the lead pack, and Cameron Weinberg going on Contagia now to retake the 3rd spot. That'll separate them. Contagia going to go back on Weinberg in 4. Tries it, side by side, not going to get clear. It's going to bottleneck them into 7. This will put it all on Marian Kremer's shoulders if he can get to Norberg, because they're fighting like really, really hard here for 3rd with about 4.5 laps to go.
Yeah, Colin Warren now in a good position. He can sit back and wait. And here's Contagia trying it again. Runs him a little wide there. Coming out into the crossover. I don't think there's going to be a pass back from Diego Ramos as they make their way out of the final corner. There's a shot of your leader. And the second placement, that is Marian Kremers trying to just catch back up. He had a good run going for him. They gave it about 2 laps until he caught back up before the incident. As we're watching the battle here for 3rd, as I was saying before, Colin Warren in a beautiful position here to sit back, wait and watch, and pick off as there's a pass on the inside. There goes Ramos back around Weinberg.
So Ramos will pick up another one here. This battle going on while Marian Kremers tries to chase Ryan Norberg. He's cut that gap down majorly this time. It's down to about 2 to 3 car lengths here. Kremers is almost there. This is what everybody's been wanting to see. Someone be able to take it to the national #1. He's won all 5 mains this year. Kremers was close yesterday, ended up about 2 seconds back by the checkered flag because the long run pace couldn't hold. But he's looking really good. 3 laps to go. We're about to have a duel of the world's greatest right now. Ryan Norberg, North America's top X30 Pro driver, and a KZ world champion in Marian Kremers. As they go through turns 1 and 2, Kremers that time 4/10 faster than Ryan Norberg. A 46.9 for Norberg, a 46.5 for Marian Kremers. He's really good in the back sector of the racetrack. Let's see if he can close up. I think Norberg's a little bit better through 3 right now. Through the downhill, they seem pretty even. Kremers with a good exit there out of 7. Can he close up in the hairpin section where it's been a little bit weaker for Norberg? Oh, another slide there from Kremers. That's not what he needed. He's on the ragged edge trying to get there, trying to put on a show. 2 to go this time. I think Norberg's going to open that gap up a little bit.
He's got to be perfect through 10. Kremers really struggling there in that final corner. There's been a couple times when he's hopped the curb, maybe slid a little wide. This time by, he's about 3/10 off of Norberg from that last lap. So he's down by about 4 or 5 car lengths. He's got 2 to go, so he's either going to need Norberg to make a mistake or be absolutely perfect here these next 2 laps.
Yeah, this is one of those times here when you see Ryan Norberg just find another gear in the final couple laps of the race. And he's been so consistent. He's been able to take care of his tires. Hasn't had a battle like Kremers has. Kremers has already had to make up 5 positions from his starting spot. Made up a couple off the green, but not a ton. Oh, we got big problems in the back. Looks like Tyler McIntyre might have went for a wild ride, and so did Hayden Jones, I think. They were running right in 7th and 8th, and they've dropped down majorly after getting together. No, not Jones, sorry. Might have been one of the other ones. McIntyre's faded back. I think he went off the racetrack over at turn number 5. So here they are battling. Look at Austin Garrison. Talk about a dismal qualifying effort. He'll get by Paul Bocuse, move himself up to 9th, trying to get going. Now up to 7th with all the chaos, so that's 8 spots gained for Garrison. He's on pace with the leaders, so he's got a chance here to run for the win. If he can start from there, maybe higher after penalties. Hayden Jones up 4 spots just up the road from him. Tyler McIntyre's been up, down, sideways off the racetrack and all around here in this pre-final. But Ryan Norberg, it looks like he should survive. Kremers put the pressure on. Nearly got there 2 times. Couple mistakes, couple bits of the cart being on the edge. Burned him a little bit. As he dials things back on the final lap, Ryan Norberg is dialed in. Out of the last turn, a pre-final victory, flag to flag for the reigning series champ. Here comes everybody else across the line. Oh, look at that. Colin Warren, Diego Ramos playing some games. They did not want to start 4th for the final. I think Warren checked up, and Ramos tried to do the same to stay on the inside lane, and he could not get it done. That was why they were 3 wide across the racetrack and 2 seconds back from Diego Contagia. Both drivers did not want to get up in 4th. They were like, no, you go ahead, you go ahead. And, well, Ramos eventually went ahead by about 1/10 of a second at the checker there, Caleb.
I mean, that's a dangerous game you're playing there, especially when that group from behind is coming on. Probably going to be going side by side as well. So thankfully everyone was okay across the stripe there with that. But, yeah, no one wants to be on the outside line into turns 1 and 2. It's not really the safest route to take, and I think that's what everyone was hoping and why maybe even saw Contagia let Marian Kremers go. Like, you know what? If he gets around Norberg, he's going to be on the outside line, and then that's going to push me even farther back. But Ryan Norberg comes across with the victory, and he's going to start in pole position.
It was close here, don't get me wrong. He was not the fastest one. There were a couple drivers that were there, and Kremers had a 10th on his best lap. Austin Garrison with a best lap that was better than Norberg as well. So that CRG hooked up here in race trim, just didn't get a good qualifying run together. A couple other drivers making up spots through that one as you go past the top 5. And Norberg, Kremers, Contagia, Ramos, and Warren Again, Hayden Jones up 4 positions to 6th. Garrison up 8 to 7th. Bocuse kind of stays neutral in 8th. Cameron Weinberg ends up fading all the way down to the 9th spot at the checkered. McIntyre, after his off-track run, ends up down in 10th. Paulie Massimino picked up 9 spots that session, ends up to 11th. He got going a little bit, probably needs a little more to fight for the win, but he gets up close to the top 10. He'll start the inside of row 6 alongside Justin White. Jeremy Fletcher up and down and all around there. He got into the top 10, closed on the top 5, then kind of got shuffled back out. He ends 14th. And then some of the other names there in that one. Dante Yu, I think, had a rough start. Adam Maxwell, also an issue there early on. He got knocked way down the order to 23rd. Yu 21st. Jack Jeffers stays neutral in 19th. Ataconis picks up a couple. And again, the only DNF in that one was Santiago Fernandez. And then on the final lap, Tyler Lemp as well. But Norberg, the pressure's been coming. It's been building. Does it boil over in the final? You'll have to tune in later this afternoon to see. For now, though, more pre-finals are coming. KA Junior is up next here live from Speedville. We're at Road America for the 3rd stop of the U.S. Pro Kart Series presented by Millwright, Leading Edge Motorsports, Will Power Kart, and MPG Motorsports. Stick with us.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
And welcome back here. About to get underway with our KA100 Junior. This is going to be their pre-final, so we are coming close to our KA100. It's going to be this and then minis, or sorry, micros, and then our KA100 Junior. Caleb Gaffera finds himself on the front row after poor qualifying yesterday and a good show that he put on for all of us. He finds himself now in the top spot, parking along, finding himself in P number 2 with Elio Meza in the 3rd position next to Lando Skinner. That makes up row number 2. Row 3, Charlie Steins, followed by Max Garcia in the 6th position. Luke Powers, Stephen Miller in 7th and 8th. 9th and 10th goes to Quentin Macpherson and Shea Aldrich in 9th and 10th. That rounds out your top 10 as we're about to go green here. Garfera and DeLong leading him down to the line. Let's see how the starter likes this one. He does. We are green into turn 1, and they're already trying to go to the inside line as Parker DeLong to the third spot, goes straight to the inside row. And Caleb Graffera is going to defend the inside line as make their way through the chicane. Already we have 3 or 4 cutting the, not really cutting, but having to go on the inside. Couple are starting to drop wheels on the exit of turn 2 through turn 3. It looks like that is Max Garcia now up into the 4th spot as they make their way down the hill to the left-hander of turn 4. Through the downhill sections of the track, Graffera now on point. Elio Meza, who started in the 4th position, is now up into 2nd. As right behind him, I believe, that is Landon Skinner. That is not. That is Charlie Steins, I think, who is already up into the 3rd spot. So congratulations to him for a fantastic run so far as they make their way through the final corner. I can give you guys an exact update when they make their way across the line. And I know for sure it is Graffera out in front. Meza in 2nd, DeLong 3rd. Garcia in 4th, Landon Skinner in 5th. So that is your top 5, and after that, that second pack goes to Stephen Miller in 6th, Shea Aldrich in 7th, Charlie Steins 8th, Luke Powers 9th, and Oliver Weldon rounding out the top 10. Right now we are watching the top 3 making their way out of turn 3, heading down into turn 4. Look at Parker DeLong all over the back bumper of Elio Meza, trying to give him just a little bit of a push to catch back up to Graffera. Look for the top 3 here, trying to possibly pull away, but Max Garcia leading Landon Skinner and Stephen Miller. Shea Aldrich and company is trying to close back up to the top 3, making a 6-pack battle for the lead. So we got 2 3-packs out in front, making up your first group as they make their way now through the tighter parts of the track here. The quick switchback of the hairpins before that quick little last chicane before we come on the main stretch. And just like that, top 6 starting to close back up. We're looking at 14 laps to go at the line. Fastest car on track right now is in P8, Luke Powers, who is in that second main pack, as now there's a pass on the inside. That's both Meza and DeLong getting by Graffera. And just like that, they are now completely bunched up nose to tail as the top 6. Meza now out in front with DeLong in 2nd. Graffera now into 3rd. Garcia running in 4th. Making their way down through the downward parts of the track, coming into the drop-down hairpin, coming into turn number 7 now. Turn 8, I should say. See if anyone tries to take this inside line. No one tries to pass. A little wide goes your leader of Elio Meza. Looks like DeLong thought about trying to get his nose in there as they make their way through. Graffera get a little antsy in that 3rd spot, all over the back bumper of DeLong. And here comes Max Garcia on the inside, pushes Graffera a little wide. He takes over the 3rd position. Graffera goes straight to his back bumper. Landon Skinner now giving a little bit of a push there to Graffera. Let's see if there's going to be a pass into turn 1 in that group. There is not. So they're now starting to start the charge to catch back up to the top 2. There's the rest of the field. Stephen Miller leading that second group, followed by Luke Powers, Shea Aldrich, Charlie Steins, Cooper Shipman are all in that group as well as they're side by side. I think that's Shipman trying to see if he can't get around. If I'm not mistaken, that was Charlie Steins there for 9th. I don't think he was able to. So while we watch this battle going back and forth, we're now going to take it down to our very own. Oh, never mind. We got one way off on the barriers up the hill. That appears to be the 835. Let's see if we can't get a name on that. That is going to be.
Might be the 855 of Braden Domey, it looks like, in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. So Braden Domey has knocked over one of the feather flags at the top of the hill over at turn number 3. Unfortunate for him there, but 13 laps to go, 12 laps to go, 4 complete. Elio Meza is your leader so far in KA 100 Junior.
Yeah, as they make their way down into turn 3, here's a little side-by-side action. It looks like Elio Meza was defending the inside line. DeLong thought about trying to crossover move. He couldn't get it done as we now have Max Garcia, who is up into 3rd. And now we're going to send it down to our very own Jenna Tommy, who has caught up to one of our mini drivers. Jenna, take it away.
So, Royce, you've been waiting so patiently for this interview. You had an awesome pole lap this morning. Can you talk me through it?
At the end, I had a draft. I hit all the apexes, and I just kind of had the draft, which helped me a lot, and I managed to put it on pole.
Yeah. Is this track easy or hard for you to hit all the apexes and make all those marks at?
Well, at the start of the weekend, it was kind of hard for us, but then towards the middle of the weekend, we started putting it in the top 5, and then in qualifying, I just managed to get P1.
Yeah. How'd you do yesterday?
On the final corner, I didn't block enough, so that put me from 3rd to 5th, but yeah.
Well, that is all right. You have the final today. Who do you want to thank for helping you out this weekend, Rice?
My sponsors, my dad, my team, and my mom, my grandpa, my grandma, and yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Royce. Good job.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jenna. Thank you to Royce Vega, and good luck to him as he is about to get suited up and underway for the micro race that's coming up next. A little bit of a change has happened while we were away. Max Garcia has now taken over the second spot, and following him was Caleb Gaffera and Steven Miller. So Parker DeLong, who was in second, now finds himself all the way back into that edge of that first pack right now as we watch a little bit of defensive line there coming from Caleb Gaffera trying to hold off Steven Miller and Parker DeLong and company, as now there's a little hustle and tussle. They're going door to door. Luke Powers is able to get around Parker DeLong as that second pack is starting to bring back up to the leaders. That is both Luke Powers, Charlie Sainz, Cooper Shipman, Landon Skinner is now caught up to that lead group. A little bit more they have to make up to get to the top three as they make their way through the second to last corner, or third to last corner, I should say. But we were watching Max Garcia, who has moved up 4 positions after starting in the 6th spot, working P number 2 as he is trying to reel in Elio Meza, heading their way down to turn number 1. See the 3-pack out in front, then there's a little bit of separation before another 4-pack, and then the rest of the field follows, all going down to the inside line to defend. Meza, Garcia, and Gaffera, your top 3. That continues to bunch this pack back up. It's going to be 8 laps to go next time by, so we're going to be over halfway as they now make their way into turn number 4. Let's see if anyone tries to defend, if anyone pops out to the inside. They all stay in line single file. Now they go to the downward parts of the track. Again, that's a quick left-right complex followed by the drop-down hairpin, which is that big right-hander of turn 7. It is slightly off camber, completely downhill. Causes for some great racing because you can do multiple lines. As here's a pass on the inside. That is DeLong falling back yet another position. So Parker DeLong has now been passed by Luke Powers as they make their way out of the final corner, coming down towards the stripe yet again. It looks like Caleb Gaffera was also able to get around Max Garcia. Now they make the charge to turn 1. Gaffera really closing up on the back bumper of Meza, getting all sorts of help from Max Garcia as they make their way into turn 3. Through the middle of the track was Elio Meza defending the line. That has caused this huge group of carts to pack back up. They continue to defend every single time going up into 1 and 2 and also into 3, which due to the effect that that second group is not really passing each other, it's taking the normal racing line, they've been able to close back up to give us this train of carts that's about, I want to say 9 to 10 deep right now. So the top 10 is all together. Now Gaffera starting to put the pressure on Elio Meza. Let's see if he's trying to do a pop-out. Meza goes to defend. Gaffera follows. And it looks like that may have been Powers, or Shipman, I should say, trying to get around Miller as they make their way out of that final corner yet again. There's a little bit of separation because of that pass into the final corner. They're still door-to-door for the 4 spot. Here they go, almost 3 wide into turn 1. Gaffera is going to be your new leader. And let's see if Garcia, he was trying to roll a crossover move, making their way through into turn 3. Wasn't able to get it done. He settles into 3rd as Gaffera now is gotten back on point. I was going to push Meza into 2nd. They're still door-to-door. Looks like Parker DeLong trying to see if he couldn't snake his way through around Cooper Shipman. While we continue to watch this with 7.5 more laps to go, we're going to send it down to Jenna Tommy yet again, who has caught up to the 2nd placement in the X30 Pro event, Marion Kremers. Jenna, take it away.
All right, Marin, we saw a lot of hand gestures and some head shaking when talking to the team after this race. Can you talk me through your frustration? You were faster than Ryan for most parts. He pulled away. The gap was fluctuating.
I mean, it's just a typical story so far this year where anybody that gets close to Ryan, he just seems to turn on his power a little bit extra and pull away, pull out the gap, and then you slowly start catching again and he pulls away again. So you just got to surprise him, which that's the plan for the final, I suppose. But yeah, frustrating to get 2nd like this, especially being so fast. But yeah, we'll get there in the final.
Yeah, we've talked to you a lot this weekend, but I'm sure the viewers are not tired of the Marin and Ryan show because you're getting so close, and all the people watching know if there's one person that can do it, it's you. Great luck in the final. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jenna. As we just now coming back to this battle that's been heating up with your X30 Junior class. If you can look out on your screen, you can see that both Caleb Gaffera and Max Garcia are starting to pull away from the field because this battle going on right now. Parker DeLong has gone on a tear the past couple laps, making his way back up the field into the 4th spot. He went back and forth with your 3rd placement of Elio Meza, which has caused a little bit of a break. Meza was able to pull away as we have 2 way off the track on the exit of turn number 2. That was off in the mid-pack. I couldn't get a number for you guys. But as I was saying, Meza is starting to start the charge back up to the lead group as this battle right here for 4th, that is between Parker DeLong, Cooper Shipman, Ernesto Rivera, Steven Miller, and Luke Powers, continues to battle on. It has allowed the first 3 to start to pull away. Both Gaffera and Garcia decided to settle their differences and start to work together as we see DeLong right now defending coming into that third to last corner. He is defending off, if I'm not mistaken, that's Ernesto Rivera in the Cosmic Kart. Right behind him is Stephen Miller, who is running just on the back bumper now of Rivera. So DeLong is putting on a show for everyone as he is holding off this main pack as they all go down to the line to defend through turn number 1. No one is able to get a run because they're all in the defensive. So now DeLong is back up to 4. Shipman running in 6th now is now count that 7th. Able to go around him was Luke Powers. So he continues to slice and dice back and forth. If they can settle down just a little bit, they might be able to catch back up to Elio Meza for 3rd. But all the while, we have about 3.5 more laps to go. The battle for the lead has been a little stagnant. It's still Garfera out in front with Garcia running in 2nd. They're still going side by side. That is the two Cosmics of both, I think that's Rivera and Powers going side by side. It looks like it's going to be Powers coming out on top. Rivera falls back one more position as they're both chasing. Parker DeLong, who is now up into the 4th spot, making their way across the line. They're going to have 3 laps to go. There's DeLong taking a peek back to see that Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor, that is running right behind him. There's the 2 leaders going by. There is Elio Meza, followed by Cooper Shipman, able to pull away from that second pack. And then Parker DeLong, who is holding off the cavalry of Ernesto Rivera, Taylor, Stephen Miller, and Cameron Reed. I think Luke Powers is also in that group as well. As we switch back over, here's the leaders with 2.5 more laps to go. So let's see if Garcia does not want to be starting the outside of row number 1. Neither does Caleb Garfera. So if they are able to get back and forth to each other, as we see right now, there's Garcia going around. There's no close third placement for them to possibly back off like we saw in the X30 Senior race that would cause them to start in the inside row. So one of these two are going to be forced on the outside line on the start of the features to make their way across. And they see 2 laps to go. Now Garfera going on the back bumper for Garcia. Garcia all the way down to the grass to defend through turn number 1, coming up into 2 now. Making the charge into turn 3. Garcia going on the defensive yet again. Garfera trying to do a crossover move, and this has allowed Elio Meza and Cooper Shipman to start to come up into view right now, the 2 teammates. Coming down into turn 4. There was Garcia defending yet again. Garfera now working the back bumper, and now here joining the party is Elio Meza. He is now caught up to the back bumper of Caleb Garfera. We can see about to see a 3-kart battle for the lead as Garfera tries for a crossover. It is going to happen for him. Meza not able to follow. Garfera on point. Garcia falls back to P2, and now Cooper Shipman is on the scene as well. So 4 karts going back and forth for the lead through the final corner. White flag is out this time by 1 more lap to go. Who is going to be on the outside of row number 1? Who is going to be on the inside? Right now, it is going to be Max Garcia defending on coming into turn number 1. Now through turn 2. On the back bumper of him was Elio Meza, followed by Cooper Shipman. Garfera out in front. Here comes both Meza and Shipman and company. They have moved up to 2nd and 3rd. Garfera falls back to 4th. Caleb Garfera has now opened up about a 2-car length advantage over both Meza and Shipman. Meza still in the 3rd spot. Shipman registered in 3rd, so 2nd and 3rd of Meza and Shipman, followed by 4th of Garcia. Making the way into the last set of hairpins right here. If there's going to be a last-minute pass, look at Max Garcia able to close back up. He is about to start on row number 2 on the outside. As looking the inside was Cooper Shipman on Meza. Not enough to get it done, so Caleb Garfera going to take the win here this afternoon in the pre-final for your KA100 Junior, sponsored by Timmy Tech. Elio Meza comes across 2nd. Cooper Shipman in 3rd. Max Garcia in 4th. And here is a pack across the line. I think that was Cameron Reed coming on top of both Landon Skinner, Cameron Brinkman, Oliver Weldon, Christian Cameron, and Oliver Pytek. So that was a little bit of a bunch across the line there. But a good run from your KA100 Junior, sponsored by Timmy Tech. Again, congratulations to Caleb Garfera, who put it on pole position for the feature this afternoon. As I believe we're now going to send it to another commercial break. When we come back, we have your Micro Swift still yet to go. And after that, we got your 2 heat races for your KA100 seniors. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned and live on Kart Chaser.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
And welcome back here live to beautiful Road America for round number 3 of USPKS as we're about to get underway with our Micro Swift sponsored by Team Ferris Racing. Your front row goes as follows. On the first row is going to be Royce Vega starting next to Ashton Woon, coming off of a win here yesterday. Troy Ferguson starts in the third spot next to Jacob Majewski in row number 2. Row 3 is going to be Bowen Green starting next to Rocco Simone. Row number 4, Ashton Wyatt starts next to Jackson Porter. Row 5, Cameron Marcia starts next to Benja Fernandez. Row number 6, AJ Stoner starts next to Caleb Tarter. Row 7, Marco Samut starts next to Nicholas Orbezo. Row number 8, Pash Ali starts next to Kai Mars. Row 9, Luke Giglio starts next to Antonio Panazio.
Nito there down in the 18th spot. Parker Ives and Alex Chandler roll off the end of the top 20. First 10 rows, Sawyer Chambers, Colton Schneegenberg. there on row number 11. Isaac Nolan and Emerson Lane, row number 12. Here we are looking for the green flag. We'll get it. Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift up the hill for the first time here on Sunday. And down the inside, Royce Vega tries to defend to the outside, Troy Ferguson. He'll tuck back in line. Most of the kids will make it through, but a couple get together. Oh, it's Jackson Porter in the Hy-Vee Peril, and he'll get tagged by 2 more at the very end, and that'll make it tough for him. Looks like Jackson Gibson potentially also collected after a rough run in qualifying. Yesterday's standout star had to start from the tail end of the field here today, and he gets caught up in that one. Parker Ives is involved. There's 2 more stuck together still over at turn 3. Meanwhile, Royce Vega leads Troy Ferguson and Bowen Green early on here in this Micro Swift pre-final.
Yeah, they're still cleaning up carnage there at the top of the hill, so look for a possible yellow flag when they make it there now. But like you said, Royce Vega out in front. I think Ashton Woon has fallen all the way back into the 4th position, make their way across the line as Troy Ferguson, his teammate, running in the 2nd spot, close to the toe. So we got a 3-pack out in front. Vega, Ferguson, and Bowen Green, who we didn't hear a lot of yesterday, running on that comp card, has now made his way to the front pack, and he's trying to possibly punch his ticket onto the front row here this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get there here. Bowen Green all into the back bumper. There's about a 4 to 5 car length gap back to Ashton Woon, who's gone by Aston Wyatt. And all around goes Bowen Green in front of the field. He'll get tagged by 2 more right at turn number 5. Oh, man, that could have gotten a whole lot worse. I'm sure there was some damage sustained for a few. Cameron Marsha, I think, got involved in that one. Might have also collected A.J. Stoner. They all lost some ground. So now the Bennett's with a big gap. Royce Vega, Troy Ferguson, massive, massive gap here to start this pre-final. Back to Ashton Woon and Aston Wyatt. And then we go back here. Rocco Simone actually has gone by Aston Wyatt as well. So Simone up to 4th. Wyatt is 5th. Bowen Green, where is he going to go down? Stoner lost, I think, a spot or 2. And then definitely a big-time loss there for Cameron Marsha. He drops down to 13th. He has just had rough opening couple laps here both days now for the number 14. Alex Chandler's up 10 spots. Colton Schneegenberg up 10 spots as well to 12th. So great run for the GWR Red Speed driver is up towards the front of the field. Here's what it looks like. It's very spread out. The mid-pack is where a lot of the fighting is going on right now. As DeMarco Samet, I believe, making a move on the Brandon Jarczyk Racing, Mike Doty Racing LN Kart. Down the hill through 7 and over to turn number 8. He's closing in on what looks to be A.J. Stoner. No, that may be actually one of the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart entries, if I'm not mistaken. Stoner's fallen back. It's actually Alex Chandler who's gone forward. So Chandler's at a Samet. They both got by Stoner, 9th and 10th.
Yeah, so the 2 out in front is both Royce Vega and Troy Ferguson. Ashton Woon in 3rd, trying to make the charge up to that front pack as we are now watching Nicholas Orbezo get around Jacob Majewski as they make their way out of turn number 2 coming up the hill. There's a good 3-pack that we're watching right now. And down on the inside, there's another pass. That's Orbezo now about to get around Majewski. So Majewski not having a good run here as the pre-final continues on here at the start.
Yeah, Orbezo went by Majewski, then he went wide. As Benja Fernandez went by Majewski, he got by both of them. Great run for the Miami, Florida native, Benja Fernandez. He gets up to 6. He's picked up 4 spots so far. Alex Chandler still watching this pack a little bit further behind on the Iron Rock Tony Kart, trying to lead it. He's lost a position to Marco Samet, so he's dropped back in line, back into the 10th position. Still gained 10 spots so far. Samet's made up a couple, trying to run forward. Then there's Schneegenberg, up 11 positions to 11th from 22nd on the grid. Now the good news here for the rest of the field, looking for a good battle. While these two are working together, Rocco Simone and Ashton Woon were 3/10 better last time by. So while they're separated, now we're going to see Ferguson pull back in line. He almost went by Vega, thought about going for it, didn't. But it's about 4 to 5 car lengths back to Ashton Woon and Rocco Simone. They are well within that tow now, and they should be able to make it a 4-driver grouping up at the front of the field here with 9.5 laps to go.
Yeah, those two working together has always been fast, especially coming back from yesterday and Saturday. They both stayed nose to tail for most of the race, involved in that 4-pack battle in the feature. Now they're trying to work together with themselves, but the differences aside, catch back up to these two right here. Vega out in front with Ferguson. Looked like Ferguson, like you said, trying to make a move going into turn number 3. Had a peek back, and I think you saw just how quickly those two that we're watching right now are starting to close back up to him. So Ashton Woon and Rocco Simone now within about 3 car lengths of your leaders, and now to the inside for a pass. Here comes Ferguson. That's going to bunch him back up as they make their way. I think there was contact in turn 11 possibly. Someone went into the wall.
Yeah, we had one group there about midway through the pack here. One driver dropping way down the order. We'll try and identify who it was. I think it was Bowen Green. I think his day just went from bad to worse. That was Colton Schneegenberg. Schneegenberg in the wall over in turn number 11. The Texan under GWR with the red speedhead picked up 11 spots to 10th on the or 12 spots almost up to 10th on the racetrack and just tagged the outside retaining wall outside of turn number 11. He's out. So now with Troy Ferguson at the helm here, it's shaking up the top 10 a good bit from where we started. Ferguson will come around this time to lead his first lap with a pre-final. 6 down, 8 to go. Then it's Royce Vega second, Ashton Woon up back 1 spot into third. Rocco Simone's up 2 into fourth. Aston Wyatt is 5th, as they say, single file up the hill. Benja Fernandez, quickest driver on the racetrack that time by, was 4/10 better than the leaders. He's caught up to Aston Wyatt. The Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver digging forward. He's about a few seconds back, but just at the edge of the frame there, was making a pass for the 5th position. So Benja Fernandez into the top 5 now. Gets ahead of Aston Wyatt. Nico Orbezo's up 7 spots. Alex Chandler, his teammate, back in 10th, is still up 10 behind Marco Samet and Jacob Majeski as they all run loosely tied together. Samet at the end of it, and then Chandler leads the next group all throughout. As we see, Ashton Woon has worked his way past Royce Vega. He split the Benix up. Here comes Simone to go as well. He'll get by Vega almost. Vega goes back in the last corner, and that'll stay the same. So Troy Ferguson leads. Ashton Woon, yesterday's winner at the halfway mark, has gotten himself up into second.
Yeah, so a little bit of a break there yet again, but with 2 different drivers up in the mix instead of the 2 Benix out in front. It is now the Benix of Troy Ferguson with Ashton Woon in that front pack, and then Royce Vega and Rocco Simone in 3rd and 4th. But as we know, Simone was the one who was in the tow and pushing Ashton Woon back up to the 2 leaders. So if Rocco Simone can just sit down a little bit and be a little bit calm and stay to the back bumper for Royce Vega, they could easily find themselves back up to the top 2 leading the way.
Yeah, he's been a great pusher here so far. Again, that gap was over a second at one point early on. They cut that down like it was nothing. And they'll cut this one down too here. Vega's got some good pace to the hairpins. He'll close up to Ashton Woon. Keep an eye out again on the time charts there on the left-hand side. Benja Fernandez was 2/10 better again than the race leader, Troy Ferguson, so he's closing up. If they start to fight for the lead, Fernandez could get there along with Aston Wyatt. He'll bring Orbezo and Majeski and Samet as well. So great run here for Benja Fernandez. Could be more if they keep doing stuff like this. Side by side for third. For Vega and Simone again going at it for the P3 spot.
Yeah, and here comes Simone thinking about it again on the inside. He is going to take it away. So Rocco Simone now around Royce Vega yet again, and now to the inside to defend. Let's see if Vega can roll the outside line. Cannot, go straight to the back bumper. But just like that, what was a 4-pack battle, now down to 2. The 2 out in front of Ferguson and Woon have stayed relatively tame. I think Woon is possibly buying their time before they try to make a move. And then Rocco Simone and Vega going back and forth this whole time, the past 2 laps, has caused them to be down by about 4 or 5 kart lengths.
Yeah, they've lost some time here. And again, it's backed them up closer and closer to that TKG Kart Republic of Benja Fernandez. You can see him coming into frame there in the bright white and green machine. So he's almost there. That time by Fernandez, purple, 4/10 better than the race leader, Troy Ferguson, out of 52.8 to a 52.4, and Ferguson's getting pushed by Ashton Woon. That is how blisteringly fast Benja Fernandez is right now. You go back down the order again, they're still separated, and Simone and Vega not getting hooked up nicely there that time up the hill or through to from 2 to 3. They've opened that gap up now. It's over a second back from Ashton Woon, I think. So we'll see if they tighten up here in the closing stages. We're almost to the end of this one already. 4 laps to go this time by. Troy Ferguson, your leader, over Ashton Woon. 4 to go at 10 complete when they get through these final 2 corners. Woon has gotten there, arrived on the scene, and pushed since he's arrived. He has not yet made it a point to try and pass for the lead. Let's see if Fernandez can close it. Maybe they'll make it more, because right now not a whole lot of excitement just yet from your top 4 drivers.
Yeah, now we watch Ashton Woon continues to push Ferguson, as Xander just said before, but now into frame of view is both Benja Fernandez and Ashton Wyatt. So if they're not smart here, this first 4-pack, that is, we could easily see 6 karts starting to go for the lead. And Benja Fernandez, actually, as Rocco Simone last lap went purple, but we know Benja Fernandez is quick, so he might be able to stir the pot up just a little bit. But Rocco Simone, by himself, starting to close back up to the top 2 leaders and pull away from Royce Vega running in 4th.
Yeah, he's quickly digging up to him there. Fernandez still did chop 2/10 off the gap from the lead here. He's knocked it down to only 1.9 seconds back from the rear bumper of Troy Ferguson. When they start to battle, it'll bring him closer. It'll bring Aston Wyatt closer, who's been matching his pace. Jacob Majeski, Marco Samet, they've been battling back behind them. They've lost touch with these 2 here in 5th and 6th as they come across the line. 3 laps to go. Troy Ferguson checks the gap back, sees Woon is still there, sees Simone on the way, and again, Royce Vega trying to hang on, but he's losing ground here to this group of 3. Fernandez that time, again, 3/10 lopped off more so. It doesn't look like it as much visually because Simone has gained so much as well. But Fernandez, you can see him into the frame when we come out of turn number 3. You see Aston Wyatt coming into frame as well. They're both closing in here to these top 3 drivers. 2.5 laps to go. Troy Ferguson, Ashton Woon, Rocco Simone, whenever they start to battle very quickly, there'll be a lot more drivers invited to the party. Headed at turn number 8 this time. No move from Woon. Still single file. I don't think they'll make that move until the double sticks come out. Maybe something in the last turn. No, he did not. So 2 in the air. 2 laps to go. Troy Ferguson takes him down the front stretch. He knows pressure's coming. Watch him stay all the way down by the grass down to turn number 1. No, he'll open the door wide open. Here comes Ashton Woon for the lead to the first 2 corners.
Yeah, and following him is going to be Rocco Simone, who's recovered the mid-pack race that they had, and now Ashton Woon defends going into 3. Rocco goes high, along with both Ferguson and Vega, who is just off in the distance, but because of the defending, he is reeling them back in. And again, we talked about it before. Benja Fernandez is well on his way, but it's a matter of time. Will he have enough time to catch? What he'd like to see is some dive bombs coming up here in these hairpins as we're about to approach. Woon defending the inside line, runs a little wide on exit, heading up into that second set of hairpins. Let's see it. It's going to be Woon defending the inside line again. Simone has to back out of it. Now Simone is going to try a dive bomb. It is going to work for him. There's an exchange of the lead through the final couple of corners. Here it is. Benja Fernandez has joined the pack with 1 lap to go.
5 drivers all together here. Here comes, now we got to the outside, Royce Vega. Looking, back down low. Ferguson up high. Ashton Woon on the bottom side. Fernandez trying to look for a hole to fill as they go all the way single file to the inside. Fernandez opens up big time. He'll get a nice crossover. No, ends up getting to the bumper of Ferguson, I believe. Now to turn 4. They're all down in the dirty part of the racetrack. Fernandez went high. I don't think he had the guts to send it around the outside. That's allowed Aston Wyatt to close up. It's 6 drivers nose to tail. Ashton Woon trying to find a way past on Rocco Simone. Simone blocks into 8. No move there. Fernandez has gotten 1 already. He got by Ferguson. Working on Vega. Gets by on Vega for 3rd. Simone, 2 corners to block. Vega back on Fernandez. For the lead, though, no change. Rocco Simone wins the pre-final as Ashton Woon almost gets there at the line. Wow. I think Simone thought he was coming on the inside, went to block it, cut his momentum. Woon comes up 6,000 short. Look at this battle back behind him. This is outside your top 10. Across the line, back for 13th, Pasha Ali holds off Kai Mars. And more coming across. But Rocco Simone, your pre-final winner here in Micro. Ashton Woon 2nd, Vega 3rd, Fernandez up 6 spots, and a heroic drive in the final few laps to get to 4th. Then it's Aston Wyatt, Troy Ferguson, Marco Samet, Nico Orbezo, Jacob Majeski, and Caleb Tarter. Your field here in Micro Swift, presented by Team Ferris Racing. K100 Senior is on deck for the first of 2 pre-finals, and it'll be a battle not just for the win, not just for a good starting spot, but to get a starting spot in general. The top 20 will transfer directly to the main event. We'll keep our eye on the battle for the win and the battle for the bubble spot when we come back from the festival or the National Park of Speed, Road America, and the United States Pro Kart Series. You're watching Kart Chaser.
Hi, I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere. Try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products Easy GP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com. Well, we get set here for the odd-numbered drivers for the pre-final here in KA100 Senior to go green. That means the other half of the field has to sit on the sidelines and watch the action as they get set for more. Race Liberante had a heroic drive yesterday, nearly from outside the top 25 to go into the podium, battling for third on the final lap. Just came up a couple spots shy at 6th, was promoted to 5th after penalties. He started today a whole lot better. P2 overall in qualifying. He'll start pole in the second of the 2 pre-finals, and he's down here with our Zoe Edenholm. Zoe?
Hey guys, I'm here with Race Liberante. Yesterday in the final, you started 27th. You made up 22 spots, finishing in 5th. Today you're starting 2nd. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. All weekend we've had extremely good pace. Friday we were top of the charts a few times, so it was really frustrating yesterday not to be able to show that pace in qualifying and in the pre-final, but we got everything worked out for the main and drove to the front like we should have been.
How are you going to manage to keep everyone behind you in the pre-main today?
It's such a crapshoot when you go out there. You never know what somebody's going to try and pull, so for the most part, all of us have kind of calmed down throughout the season and started racing better together. So, I'm not really too worried about the guys that are right behind me. We've been racing great all weekend long, and I just hope that, come home with a top 3 in the pre-final and just stack up a good starting position for the main and try and go win.
You had the fastest lap yesterday in the main. Do you think you started off the day with just a good kart?
Yeah, we ended the day with a good go-kart yesterday. Everybody under the MPG Race Factory tent and Switch Racing Engines did a lot of work after the pre-final yesterday to get us back to where we should have been. So, like I said, we've been fast all weekend, so we're just going to try and go seal the deal today.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys. Perfect. Awesome. You were like my best.
Thanks for that, Zoe, here. And again, Race Liberante, as he mentioned, he gets to start from the pole, so it'll be a nice, much easier start to his day. The pace has been there all weekend for him. He was good through final practice, was competitive as a whole, and so he'll be a contender, I think, when we get set for more. The engines are beginning to fire here for the KA100 Senior odd-numbered pre-final, at least the odd-numbered drivers here. And along with Race Liberante, another driver who's kind of had it's been an up-and-down year, to say the least, here for Aiden Rudolph, but it's been a good rookie season nonetheless, with a lot of speed and a lot of promise. He even made an X30 Pro debut earlier this year in New Orleans, and should be looking pretty here for this pre-final. As the engines fire and we get set, let's send it down to the scale area with Zoe. She's caught up with the other driver who's going to join Race Liberante at the front of the grid in pre-final B. Zoe?
We were rolling. I was putting down a good lap until the last corner. I made a mistake dropping a wheel on the apex and ruined that lap. I would have been pole by maybe a 10th, but it's okay. We got race pace.
Are you guys feeling more confident today?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we made some changes overnight, and this morning it was pretty baller, so we're ready for today.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Aiden.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Zoe. Here we're getting set to go green with this one. Alex Stanfield looking for a little better today than where he was yesterday. Was just kind of about a top 5 type guy, top 10 type guy. And this is a guy who's got multiple wins on the season, is fighting for the championship. We're going to walk them around one more time before we go green here for the pre-final. And again, to recap you here, the K100 senior class exceeded the standard entry count of 44 drivers to start a main event. So they're broken into 2 halves for heat racing. The top 20 from each flight will directly transfer in to make up the first 20 rows of the main event, the first 40 starting spots. The final 4 starting spots from 41st to 44th, that'll come from a last chance qualifier for the bottom 8 to 9 finishers of each heat race being put together. Yesterday's LCQ, which comes right after the lunch break to give them time to work on the go-karts, had a lot of battling both at the front of the field, the drivers coming through, and that final transfer spot wasn't decided until about 2 corners before the checkered flag. That also was the case for the bubble spot. The final spot to get in regularly here through the heat races has been pretty tightly contested for 20th. And again, there's some big names here at the front. There's a few drivers coming from the rear with some speed. We'll have to see how it all shakes out here. But 20 will make it out directly to the big show. Alex Stanfield, Brandon Lemke, Connor Ferris, Jeremy Fletcher. Let's go racing, boys and girls, up the hill, down to turn number 1. And the first time on through, it's almost even at the front. Lemke's hung on the outside. He's got to find a way down. He will get into 3rd ahead of Aiden Levy. Fletcher's on the outside of him, trying to crowd him into 3. Levy's going to stay strong on the bottom side. Gets clear. Fletcher's going to get run off the racetrack a little bit there by the end by one more driver coming through. Looked like might have been John Burke getting up as well as one more. Maybe Zach Collins with a good start. Either way, they're all through the first few corners, which couldn't have been said for some of the classes here this weekend. And they're all chasing that man right there, Alex Stanfield, your leader to turn number 9 with Connor Ferris and Brandon Lemke in tow.
Yeah, Jeremy Fletcher had a good opportunity there in the front. Thought about trying to crowd down the inside, but what the problem is when you get stuck in the outside line like that, everyone naturally comes back off, dropped a couple wheels, somehow able to recover, and I think he's going to find himself somewhere back in the 9th or 10th position as he's actually registered in 6th. So he is still in the show. Again, the positions don't really matter a whole lot much as there's a pass on the inside. Lemke is able to get around Connor Ferris, but as I was saying, as long as you're inside the top 20, that's all that matters. Typically, what's more interesting to see is the battle for the 20th position. That sometimes can be more intense for the battle for the lead.
That being said, though, it's a big deal up at the front because you're battling not just for one more position in that main event, you're battling for one more row. So 2 positions gained basically for every position that you make up. And look at how big that lead train is right now. There's a lot of positions to be gained or to be lost here early on as we see them all kind of fan out through turn number 8. Brandon Lemke is on the bumper of Alex Stanfield. He's looking for a way past. When does he go for the lead? There's a pass for 3rd. Aiden Levy forces his way through on Connor Ferris. John Burke watching along there's got Jeremy Fletcher looking down the front straightaway. Side by side, Burke and Fletcher door to door up the hill and into turn number 1. Look at that move by Fletcher. He slides it on the brakes down the inside and gets the 5th position away. Burke's now going to lose maybe another one. No, he'll block it into 3.
Yes, they continue to go back and forth again. That is actually the battle for the 5th and 6th positions. Now we're watching the leaders coming down into turn 4. Lemke back on point, your winner from yesterday in the overall for your KA100 senior, now leading on the way on point right now. Alex Stanfield was close to him in the first half of the race that happened yesterday during Saturday until he started battling back and forth and it broke up the field. So look for him possibly to stay on the back bumper of Brandon Lemke, the veteran when it comes to the KA100 class. And then right behind them, Levy is under attack from Connor Ferris as they're going side by side all the way through as now Ferris is on the inside of Levy making the way across the line.
Jeremy Fletcher able to make up a spot there. He gets into 3rd. Ferris into 4th. Good call on that one there through the corner. So 2 positions lost for Aiden Levy. Alex Stanfield following, looking, waiting on Brandon Lemke, maybe taking his time. Jeremy Fletcher's made up a couple spots after losing quite a few off the start of this one from P4 on the grid. And you go back down the order here to give you an update of where everyone else is at. Not a ton of movers up and down. Everyone's about even. Cohen Summers went purple that time by with the best lap overall. He's 21st on the outside looking in right now for the transfer spot behind James Overbeck. That's what you're watching right now. Overbeck currently on the bubble, and it looks like Summers has maybe lost another spot to Nikolay Dukov. Or no, Dukov's fallen back I'm sorry, Dukov's fallen onto the transfer spot. So Nikolai Dukov in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. There's the battle for the transfer position. Cohen Summers into the show in 20th.
As they continue, I don't think that transfer spot is anywhere close to being set right now with how close everyone is. There's the battle for the top three. Again, that's Lemke, Stanfield, and Fletcher, two former teammates running in the second and third. Obviously, Jeremy Fletcher made the change over to the Ryan Perry group as he is now in the third position, trying to see if he can't punch his ticket onto that front row, but he's got two in front of him. Lemke is probably not going to make it easy for either Stanfield or Fletcher as they make their way out of turn 7 heading to 8.
Here they go on through to turn number 8. Alex Stanfield signaling to Jeremy Fletcher, hang on here, work with me, I'll take us on by. I want to lead this one, and I don't want you to go on by me too early. Jeremy Fletcher going to follow as Stanfield goes through in 10. Fletcher's not close enough in 11. Alex Stanfield back to the lead here down the front straightaway. Brandon Lemke's Millwright Merlin right behind him as they go for 1.
11 laps to go at the line. They're now nose to tail. Here comes Fletcher on the inside of Lemke. Is it going to stick for him? Yes, it is. Lemke being smart about it, let him have it to stay back in the tow, but all the while, Connor Ferris starting to edge his way back up to the group, and he's going to bring with him John Burke and PJ Lida off of the distance as well, but the two that are closest to catching back up is both Ferris and Burke.
Yeah, they're all going to kind of tighten back up now because of that battle there. So the top three were breaking away a little bit. Now they're close together again. Ferris, Burke, Lida. Again, PJ Lida was in one of the slowest groups for qualifying, or what should have been. He's right now looking at a top 12 starting spot for the main as Lemke trying it on Fletcher. Gets through. Fletcher's back on Lemke. No love lost there from yesterday. And Connor Ferris thought about maybe trying to stick a nose down the inside in 11. He didn't do it. And John Burke will almost make him pay as Burke runs out of momentum down the front straightaway.
Yeah, now to the inside to defend is Connor Ferris. Here comes Burke again. Don't know how that one's going to stick, but somehow it does. No one drops me off the track, so John Burke able to make up one more spot as now we're going to watch Fletcher and Lemke continue to go back and forth, and I don't think Lemke's any happy right now as he can see his hand up in the air saying, all right, calm down. We got to get together right now because Stanfield's starting to pull away.
Yeah, Brandon Lemke, again, the way that Jeremy Fletcher drove him is how we've been talking, and Ryan Norberg himself has been talking that they would expect to see him get driven in that X30 Pro class, where you're just constantly passing that guy back, roughing him up, trying to send him deep in the field. As we see, here's some rough racing a little bit here, a little bit sideways. PJ Lida, Connor Ferris, and Adam Maxwell all going at it. Ferris going to win out on the battle with Maxwell, loses the spot to Lida. No, Maxwell, nice crossover, back to the inside, on the front straightaway. He'll get clear on Connor Ferris by turn number 1, and that battle will subside for the moment. But again, Brandon Lemke, he had no love at all from Jeremy Fletcher in the main event yesterday. Eventually, Fletcher faded back and got into it with Gavin Bailiff, and that allowed Lemke to get away. But here in this pre-final, again, they both were kind of throwing some haymakers at each other, trying to see who would be the one to lead them back to Alex Stanfield in the Promised Land up front. Speaking of the Promised Land, the main event, well, this is the battle on the bubble right now. Brooke Berry outside looking in. Nikolai Dukov outside looking in. James Overbeck in 20th. That's the last spot in. He's got a little bit of room. TJ Koyen is just ahead of him. He's had a terrible start. Back 6 positions on the verge of having to go to the last chance qualifier as he trails Cohen Summers, who's made up a couple spots so far in this main. So this is 18th, 19th, 20th, all safely into the show right now with a little cushion out back to Dukov and to Berry.
We switch back up to the leaders. It's still Stanfield out in front as Lemke now tries to send it on the inside. He'll do so. That was a great move there by Lemke and also by Stanfield. Went a little wide there on exit. Now he goes straight to the back bumper of Lemke. Fletcher also still in the mix in the third spot. He trails about a half a car length on the back of Stanfield as make their way through turn 7, heading into 8. Just off in the distance, John Burke is hoping to see some passing back and forth. He is currently up 3 positions, and he have nothing more to make up maybe a row or two on the start. He's able to pick off 2 of these guys battling it out for the front.
Yeah, let's see here again. John Burke last time by was about a 10th quicker than Alex Stanfield, but he was a little slower than Lemke and Fletcher. So with Brandon Lemke leading the way, does he start to drop the pace back down, get them going a little bit quicker here as they cross the line? Lemke again almost matches his best time even with the pass on Alex Stanfield that time by. Burke's got no drafting help. He needs them to fight a little bit more. Not going to happen into turn 3. Brandon Lemke's Millwright Merlin remains at the helm of the 3-cart group here out front with John Burke right behind, about a second to a second and a quarter away from the top 3. Then about another 2 seconds back to find or 8 tenths back to find PJ Lida, who leads that middle group there. Lida in the 5th spot, Maxwell 6th, Levy, Wettengel, Ferris, and Kreppen there, the top 10.
Those that make their way now and heading into 9, followed by 10. looks like they're kind of settling down there in the top 3. I think they probably all look back to some point to see that John Burke is bringing the pack with him. If they make any more mistakes, he'll bring not only himself, but P.J. Lyda, Maxwell, and Aiden Levy, who is down 2 positions. He was up in the top 4 there for a little bit, as now we're watching Fletcher on the inside of Stanfield, takes a spot away, and now Jeremy Fletcher's going to try to go to work back on Brandon Lemke. And as you talked about before, Xander, no lost love between these two.
Not at all here. And now that the two of them are together out front, there's no one to chase. How hard do they battle? Do they bring more guys into it? Do they try to throw one of the two of them into the back of the pack? Because if they just make a normal pass or work together for a little while, not much will happen. Also back behind them, 4-car battle starting to go at it. John Burke's been reeled in and passed by P.J. Lyda. Adam Maxwell getting by on him as well. That's for 4th and 5th. So Burke outside the top 5 now. He's going to fight his way back in, or try to, with Maxwell. They make contact. Maxwell holds. Burke tries to cross him over. He won't have the momentum. Adam Maxwell into the top 5 officially. Down the front straightaway, Burke back to 6th.
Yeah, Maxwell was up on the wheels. Now we see Levy on the inside of Burke. Is that one going to stick? Yes, it will. Burke loses 1 spot, almost 2, as he goes now to the inside. Let's see if he can get this pass back. John Burke is going to be on point now.
I think Burke lost another one there. That might have been Tyler Wettengel going on by. So Tyler Wettengel in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed picks up another spot. Move Wettengel up to 7th, Levy up to 6th. I talked to Tyler today. He was amped up. He's been amped up every morning. I've seen him. Yeah, man, it's game day. It's time. And then today was like redemption day, because yesterday, of course, that mechanical failure sent him to the LCQ. He worked his way out of it. But when you're starting back 41st to 44th, it is hard to make up any kind of ground, get yourself into the top 10. I think he came pretty close by the checkered flag in yesterday's main. 12 laps complete, 4 laps to go. Now, Brandon Lemke is your leader by 2.5 tenths to Jeremy Fletcher. P.J. Lyda leads that second group there. He's about 2 tenths a lap off the top 3, so it should just come down to these guys here to decide who wins it. Fletcher, Stanfield there just kind of lurking, couple car lengths away, faded a little bit on his pace. He was a couple hundredths off of Lemke the last few laps. With 4 laps to go here, does Jeremy Fletcher have anything for Wisconsin's own Brandon Lemke, trying to go back-to-back and again catapult himself. Yesterday was putting him back in championship contention. Today would put him, I believe, potentially as the championship leader. Out of the last turn, Brandon Lemke leads another one. 3 laps to go here in the pre-final.
You can see that they're both up on the wheel, trying to make themselves as aerodynamic as possible on this long run to turn number 1. Lemke's still out in front. Fletcher seemed to close it down to about a half a car length, but a little bit of a bobble there on the entry of turn 1. Still down by about a half a car length heading into turn 3. And just off in the distance, Alex Stanfield can only sit and watch these two out in front, hoping that one just makes a pass, because that's all he needs to catch back up to these top 2. As now Fletcher's closed up onto the back bumper of Lemke as they make their way down the hill. Through turn 7, now heading down. There's the, I think we're about to watch the battle for the transfer spot. And if I'm not mistaken, it has remained the same. Actually, it's TJ Cohen who is actually in the transfer. I think that's Nikolay Dukov right in front of him. So those two in 19th and 20th, and just off the distance at 21st is Mason Surgener, probably about 3 or 4 car lengths back.
Yeah, Dukov, or no, that's Brooke Berry right there. She's worked her way by Surgener, it looks like. So Mason or unless Surgener's had a problem, we'll have to see. That's Surgener ahead of Coyen. Surgener's gotten past Coyen. Coyen's been super slow here in this one. TJ Coyen's on the outside looking in. Back up front. Battle for the lead here with 2.5 laps to go, or 2 to go. Alex Stanfield, Jeremy Fletcher, they've gone at it. Fletcher's got the lead. Lemke to second. Stanfield's in third. P.J. Lyda's group loving it. They're trying to get closer, see if they can run up to him. Adam Maxwell, the leader of that pack right now. But look at that. Fletcher parking it on the apex. Keeps it down on the bottom side. Lemke a car length away, headed to turn number 8.
Yeah, I don't think Lemke liked that move at all. They almost went 3 wide coming into turn 4. Fletcher now defending the inside line, heading into 10, now through 11. I think Lemke may have a little bit of a run on Fletcher this time across the line. About to see the white flag one more time by. Look for Fletcher to go all the way down to the grass on the inside line to defend his line. And it looks like Lemke is going to have to take the outside line. Almost tries to roll it for a crossover. So picture this, a 3. Oh, tried the outside line on the exit of 2.
Almost got there. Jeremy Fletcher to the inside. Lemke's going to get done around the outside by Alex Stanfield. What a Superman move there from Stanfield to second. Fletcher continues to defend. Here comes the cavalry. The rest of the pack is going to catch them up here down the hill to 7. Adam Maxwell's bringing them. P.J. Lyda, Aiden Levy all coming on the way. Fletcher blocks the inside. Does Stanfield try to throw the race? Adam, does he try to go for the win, or is he content with third for the main event later today? Fletcher to the bottom, into the final few hairpins. Blocks again, no move. Look at Adam Maxwell trying to work Brandon Lemke for third. Fletcher wins the pre-final. Stanfield second. Lemke P3. And here's the bubble spot. Look at this. TJ Coyen tried the inside on Mason Surgener. Something's wrong there for the Corsa Sport driver. He is not going to transfer to the main event. TJ Coyen and Brooke Berry will be the first ones out and going to the LCQ. Mason Surgener holds off a late race charge from TJ Coyen, who is obviously struggling with something mechanically on that machine because the pace was way off and the speed was down. It looked like you could see the bottom end power was a struggle for the number 968. He drops back 8 spots to 21st and will miss out on transfer directly into the show. The other ones missing out: Brooke Nachtman to the LCQ, Gabe Lee, Tanner Bunny, Kendall Hedge, Cameron Steller, and Rob Mayer will all have to fight their way into the main event this afternoon. For Mike Doty Racing, KA100 Senior. We talked to Race Liberante, talked to Aiden Rudolph, got their thoughts going into it. Now we're going to see what kind of show they can put on the racetrack. Little cleanup to do. We'll be right back with our last pre-final in the morning. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of Round 3 of the United States Pro Kart Series, presented by Millwright, MPG Motorsports, Will Power Kart, and Leading Edge Motorsports. We'll be right back.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
While the engines come to life here for KA100 Seniors odd pre-final or even pre-final, we've got our winner, or at least our front runner, pole award winner, all down with Zoe Edenholm. Brandon Lemke was up front, led a good bit of laps here. Let's send it down to you, Zoe. Take it away.
Hey guys, I'm here with Brandon Lemke. You were on the top of the charts all weekend. Yesterday in the race, you got the lead and they were battling behind you. Are you hoping that for the main too?
Oh, of course. I mean, I'm sure when anybody's in the lead, they hope to battle, behind them. But yesterday I got a little lucky. I think maybe people will be a little smarter today. Probably not. But right now we're having to work a little bit harder. Obviously, I think people maybe found some speed or we either lost some. But either way, it's going to be rough racing, aggressive. So we'll just have to see in the final.
Do you think people are going to battle you early on because you got the lead so early yesterday?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, people are going to battle me no matter what, even if I have the lead or I'm on 5th place. So that just seems to be how it goes with me. Doing this for so many years now and always being on top. I think people are kind of getting tired of it. So, yeah. So I hope to win in the final, but it's going to be very tough.
Well, good luck, Brandon.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Zoe. We'll go back up to the on-track action. You saw that attempted start there. Was not good enough on the first time by for Race Liberante and Aiden Rudolph. I'm joined in the booth here by KC's own Dalton Haynes. And Dalton, you've been behind the cameras for a lot of this weekend here, working a lot of the on-track action. We've seen a whole lot. We've seen how to win these KA races. We've seen how to lose it. Who do you got here in this one so far, and what's going to be the keys to getting out of this pre-final with a good starting spot for that main?
Well, definitely just keeping it clean, keeping your nose clean, going through the field. If you're starting in the middle of the field, you just want to get a good, clean start and then move through as you can. Personally, I think Race Liberante has been really fast all weekend. He's just gotten this major speed out of nowhere really at the very end of it, though, for the top three. I think he can be a really good guy to win the race, but...
Well, let's see. He's got them underway as they climb the hill for the first time up to turn number 1. Do we lose anyone in the first corner? The first 3 are safe. The rest of the field is 2 and 3 abreast. Looks like a couple going through the grass up there, and we've got a few off. 2 or 3, maybe 4 collected over at turn number 2. That's going to be big-time implications for that bubble spot battle as we see the field head down to turn number 4. So we'll collect the names on those here in a moment. At the same time, let's go down to the kid who finished second, qualified on the pole pole overall here today, and was kind of a midday yesterday. Alex Stanfield has caught up with Zoe Edenholm. He's down to the scale lines after his P2 run here in the pre-final. Zoe?
Hey guys, I'm here with Alex Stanfield. You've been having an up and down weekend. Yesterday you started the main fifth, you fell back to 8th. How are you feeling today?
I feel a lot better. I think we've made some improvements with the chassis. We're looking a bit more on the carburation side after that pre-final. Well, we led the beginning and then fell back to second and then got back up to first a little bit and then fell back up to third and then got back up to second. So we're just trying to find some more in the carburation, and I think we'll be there.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Alex, and I hope you get on the top step this weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Zoe. And again, Alex Stanfield, a much better Sunday here starting as we watch the field come on down the hill here through turn number 7. This is Chase Hand you're watching on your screen, just ahead of Nicholas Terlecki and some more. Luke Welcome's right behind. He's got his Orsolone teammate and Diego Contecha right there. They are right now 4th through 7th. Big battle behind them going on. Up front, not too much action, though. Race Liberante continues to lead as Contecha goes by his teammate in Welcome there, back for the 6th spot. Up the hill we go for the top 3, all kind of spread apart right now. 2 down, 14 laps to go in the even pre-final. Aiden Rudolph working the rear bumper of Race Liberante as they go for turn number 3. No change. They're all pretty calm out front. It was everything but calm for that odd pre-final. It got a little bit hairy. Yesterday's main event got a little bit hairy for this driver as well. But Jeremy Fletcher emerged victorious in that odd pre-final. He's caught up with Zoe as well. Zoe?
Hey guys, I'm here with Jeremy Fletcher. You won the pre-final. How are you feeling for the final?
I mean, it's definitely great. I mean, Dalton Dow and, the whole RPM team, they had that thing on a steamer with the Allison. We were fast. I think we ran down the front, too, got in a little battle. I mean, me and Lemke battled pretty hard for a second, but we ended up running Stanfield, and I outraced him.
What's your plan for the main event?
I mean, obviously, everybody's being very aggressive. We can see that. I mean, that's how Lemke got away yesterday. It was just the aggression, but hopefully we can get as lucky and try to get out front and just do what I do.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Zoe, here as we focus back up at the top of the hill. Aiden Rudolph continuing to follow Race Liberante, but Diego Contecha has methodically cut his way forward. Dalton, you and I were just talking there during that interview a little bit about how Contecha yesterday was kind of baffling again, how far off he was off the guys like Liberante, Rudolph, everyone else who was up at the front. He's a little bit better today. Looks like he's got some pretty good car control and a piece that he seems confident with. He's made a few passes in some aggressive hairpins, and he's running up to Chase Hand behind the leaders right now, who have yet to change position. Smart driving out of Aiden Rudolph. The rookie obviously has been up and down throughout 2022, Dalton, but at least right now, a very smart race in a draft-dependent class. I take that back there right as he's talking about it. There he goes to the lead.
Yeah, there goes Aiden Rudolph. He's a great young driver. He's coming through the ranks. He's been doing really good in KA recently. I think he's one of the best in KA right now.
He is a super talent, and he's done a great job putting that PSL Karting Bureau Art up at the front of the field. Leading for the first time here this weekend in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin is Rudolph, and the Houston Texan-based driver is working his way through turn number 8. Liberante behind him. I think the reason he went there, Dalton, is the drivers behind them were reeling them in. They were all 2 to 3 tenths a lap quicker. Austin Jers was faster, Chase Hand was faster, Contagia was purple. They're all catching these guys, and while Rudolph was trying to be patient, that was, again, still, I would say, a smart move, right? You push a guy for a little bit in a draft class, but at some point you measure that gap behind you, and you realize, is it working? Are we pulling away? Or are they catching us, and I need to go by myself?
Yeah, with Contagia being consistently faster than the front pack, I think we'll start to see a pack of 5 form here soon.
Yeah, right now there was a change for third. Chase Hand went purple last time by, just past Austin Jers. So he moves up into the third spot. Jers back. Now let's take a look at where our transfer spot is. This is, again, 20th. Lydia Small crossed the line that time in the RPM Tony Kart at the end of this train, currently P20, I believe, and with about a 1.5 second gap back to Kyle Raymond. So at the moment, not much going on back for 20th. There is some shuffling just ahead of 20th as we see Keegan Bosch battling with Grayson Redzen. He'll close the door on him there in turn number 8 and make a move as well into turn number 9 into 10 and gets a spot out of it. Gets by Vinny Muskelis. So Keegan Bosch moving up the order. He gets the 16th. Muskelis 70, then Redzen, Small, and we've lost one. Grace Hemmard, Kyle Raymond is out. So Kyle Raymond all the way down to 27th with a DNF. He'll have to go to the LCQ. Jeremy Fierke, Grace Hemmard, I think they were some of the drivers involved in that turn 1 incident. Oliver Cunningham potentially as well. He's down 12 spots in the show right now, but on the bubble for the 959 of Oliver Cunningham as we start to work our way back up the field.
Here comes Chase Hand.
Oh, yeah, here he is. He's arrived on the scene, a cart length away, now a bumper away from Liberante.
Liberante will be looking to make a move if he looks back and sees the Chase Hand is right there.
Yeah, let's see if he pulls the trigger here on the straightaway. He tucks his head down behind the wheel, pushing Aiden Rudolph. Right now, pushing him will keep Hand away, but there he goes. And clear. Liberante back to the point. Rudolph.
Hand not being able to get through. Rudolph is going to try to defend. And Hand goes by.
Ooh, nicely done by Chase Hand. The RPG Cosmic driver to second. And we've got 6 in this lead pack now, even more than 5. Luke Welcome turned it up the last few laps. He went purple last time by, a 49.141, 4/10 better than Aiden Rudolph, the original race leader. He's dropped to third. Austin Jers is there. Contagia was up past Jers earlier, or was closing into Jers earlier. Eventually, he's gotten there, but they've also gotten to the leaders at the same time. So 6 drivers together, and Mr.
Here
Race
comes Diego Contagia.
Ooh, again, that signature move in that final turn.
Yeah.
He's made a lot of passes there this weekend.
Yeah, Diego Contagia has been looking really good in this pre-final.
Yeah,
he's looking to move forward. We might see him catch up to Aiden Rudolph here in a minute.
Yeah, let's see if he can get there here. Of course, Dalton, again, you have been in and out of the seat quite a bit, more so than myself and anyone else on the team here this year. When you're watching some of this stuff, this track has a bunch of very different, unique sections, and we saw that. It was very easy to see. It looked like yesterday. This downhill section here, Norberg a lot stronger than Contagia a lot better in the back hairpins. Trying to look for stuff to, what you're seeing, who's stronger or weaker right now. Is there anyone that's sticking out to you so far in this lead group that looks strong all around, or at least in a specific part of the racetrack?
Looks like Chase Hand looks pretty strong all around. Aiden Rudolph looks pretty strong at the very end. We might see a pass from him here soon if Chase Hand can't get by Race Liberante soon. See, yeah, there Aiden Rudolph goes pointing at Chase Hand to move forward or work with him. Diego Contagia is catching fast, though.
Here's Hand trying it, not going to get it done, man. That was tight.
Not patient enough.
That'll back them all up, though. Here's
Rudolph.
Rudolph.
There goes Rudolph.
Yep.
Chase Hand had to get by Race Liberante for Rudolph not to make a move just then.
Yep, and now Rudolph.
And here comes Contagia.
Yep, there he goes. Here's the bubble spot as well. Fighting back. Looks like things have changed a little bit back for 20th. Oliver Cunningham. This is the middle of the group here. This is about 17th or 18th. Back to what looks to be 22nd or 23rd. While the leaders are going at it, the bubble spot's going at it as well. Grayson Redzen, last time by was 18th, so he's in the Techno Kart. Then you go back, Drew James in 19th, Cunningham 20th, and there's 2 more right behind him. Alex Feldstein, Caleb Patry, they're all right there, 21st and 22nd. 6 laps to go this time by, and a good fight up front, a good fight for the bubble spot. Liberante is your leader up the hill over Rudolph, and then Contagia, all 1, 2, 3, Hand back to 4th.
Contagia has a lot of experience in the X30 field. We'll see if he can translate that to KA right now.
And talk to us, Dalton, here. It's so tough when you get offline a couple laps in a row or a couple corners in a row, going off to the second lane, third lane, through the marbles. You spend kind of half a lap cleaning off the tires.
Yeah, that's more in X30. KA has a little bit too. Looks like Contagious right on the bumper of Rudolph, but yeah, that seemed to happen to Chase Hand just a couple laps ago. Put him back to 4th, and he hasn't really been able to make a move on Contagious here soon. But it looks like Contagious really racy with Aiden Rudolph. If Rudolph can't get by Race Liberante here soon. Yep, there it goes.
Good call there. Called that one from a mile away. Diego Contagia to 2nd. Rudolph back to 3rd. Liberante gets a little bit of a cushion now, and Diego Contagia, your 2nd place man from yesterday in X30 Pro, was nowhere to be found in KA Senior. Today, he has caught that kart to come alive, and he's come alive in the class as well. Looking good in X30 for later on. He'll start 3rd in that one here in KA Senior. He's looking to start either 2nd, 4th, or 6th. Again, this is the outside lane pre-final they're battling for, so no matter what, they're on the dirty side of the racetrack, the rough line to go through turns 1 and 2. He's 2 car lengths back, but eating up that gap to Liberante. Look how much deeper he can go into the corner here to turn number 8.
Yeah, Race Liberante has done a great job controlling this race, but he hasn't had to race Diego Contagia yet. Diego Contagia is an amazing driver. Of course, I think he got 2nd at Supernats. He knows what he's doing, and he finally got up into the front pack in KA. He's already in the front pack in X30, so now that he's here, I think he's going straight for 1st.
Let's see it up the hill this time towards turn number 1. 4 car lengths away. Diego Contagia from Race Liberante over the curbing, up through 1 and 2. Didn't get a great run. They're stacked up behind him. Here's Luke Welcome on Chase Hand. That's for 4th. He's through. 4 laps to go. 12 laps complete. Liberante at his best of the session that time by. And even then, look at this. The rest of the group starting to catch up. The back half, the top 10, was faster than the leaders the last few laps with all the battling.
Gavin
Austin
Bailiff
Jers,
goes purple.
Terlecki, Bailiff as well, you're right. And Finnegan Bailiff was also quicker than the leader last time by 3/10. So the brothers, quickest 2 on the racetrack as of lap number 12.
The Kart Public seem to be fastest right now on this racetrack.
Yeah, the track is really coming to them, or they have come to it, as they were able to work their way, both of them, Gavin and Finnegan, by Nick Terlecki this time by, back behind the leaders here. We're not seeing much change up front, though.
Oh, here goes Rudolph.
Yeah, Contagia got by him, didn't do anything with it. Rudolph's back to 2nd.
It seems as though every time someone makes a pass for 2nd, the person in 2nd can't seem to be able to catch up and pass Race Liberante, so 3rd gets impatient and passes back again. So I think Race Liberante will be able to seal the deal with only 3 laps to go here. If he can just hold on and run some consistent laps, he should be able to win this race. But it looks like the battle for 2nd will start to heat up. Like you said, Gavin Bailiff and again running purple lap times, trading laps, all being faster than the leader. They'll be able to catch up to these top from 2nd on to 4th, I believe.
Well, we'll find out here in a few moments. Again, Aiden Rudolph, Diego Contagia. Do they work together on the front stretch? Does Contagia go by him? 2 to go this time. Rudolph trying to get to the lead. Contagia in the slipstream. Big run coming. Not going to be enough to get there to maybe get him into 1. He'll stay behind, and they go single file through the chicane. Contagia all over the curbing. Big run. Turn 3. Does he go? He does not. Stays in line. Gives Rudolph the chance to try and run Liberante down. It looks like they're gaining a little bit, but they need a whole lot here in the last half of this lap to have a shot at him on the final lap.
I don't believe Diego Contagia is going to work with Rudolph for much longer if they can't get on Race Liberante's rear bumper in the next couple corners. And Race has a steady gap.
He does here. Contagia's right on him through 8. That gap to Liberante, I think it shrunk a little. It hasn't shrunk a lot. Rudolph's trying to catch him. 4 cars back. Through 9, through 10. Contagia, does he pull the trigger? Last turn, he does. And muscles his way by, and it catches Rudolph's bumper.
Is that Luke Welcome going back?
Yeah, Luke Welcome.
He got the both of them.
Yeah, able to get to 2nd. Now he'll block the inside. Rudolph back to 4th.
Here comes Gavin Bailiff.
Ooh, it's about to get really dicey here for 2nd. Liberante's long gone for the lead. There, look at Rudolph trying the outside.
Ooh, that was close. Rudolph losing 2 positions there to Gavin Bailiff and Chase Hand, trying to go around the outside.
Yeah, he sent it. You can't say he didn't try, but he loses 2 spots in the process. They're all stacked up here. The entire top 10 behind Liberante. Liberante headed through turn number 9. He is home free.
All the way back to
start of the
Kingston
front
Hines.
row. Yeah, big time. Oh, we got problems in the back. Grayson Redson's gone around with heavy damage to the Techno Kart. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Race Liberante is going to win it. Luke Welcome defends across the line. He'll hold on to 2nd. Where's our bubble spot? This is going all the way back. It was Grayson Redson. He was in. That damage has taken him out. It's all the way down now to Drew James, Caleb Patry, and Oliver Cunningham. And out of the final turn, side by side across the line. Is it going to go to Patry? It goes to Cunningham. Patry is in as well. It is Drew James on the outside. Redson drops all the way outside the group. And Grayson Redson was in for a good part of that pre-final for the second day in a row, is going to have to try and work his way out of the LCQ from the back. Drew James to the LCQ, along with Grace Hemmer, Jeremy Fierke, Xander Rogers late in the going got taken out. The 946 to the LCQ after starting in the 10th position, Kyla Anderson, Kyle Raymond. And again, we didn't show a whole lot of airtime to Mr. Race Factory USA, but Race Liberante, like you said, anytime they would get up to second, they try to line up and run him down. They just couldn't do it.
Yeah. I really wonder what happened with Grayson Reds, and I think it was between him and Drew James because Drew James was in 19th and fell back to 21st. So I think there was some contact there, definitely.
Yeah, so either way, both of them going to the LCQ. Must have been fighting for that final spot in the show or trying to stay in it, knowing there may be a penalty or two. So James might get in if there's any penalties around the edge of the top 20. But Race Liberante, Luke Welcome, Diego Contecha, Chase Hand, Gavin Bailiff to top 5. You go down, Aiden Rudolph drops all the way to 6th by the drop of the checkered flag. Finnegan Bailiff 7th, Austin Jurgen 8th, Gia Cicero 9th, Kingston Himes, like you said, kind of out of nowhere. Gets up there along with Nick Terlecki, who falls back a few, but he hangs on to the lead group 10th and 11th. That does it for Mike Doty Racing, KA100 Senior. The lunch break's coming up next here, and then after that, it'll be time for the last chance qualifier to set the final 4 spots of the grid. The first 40 have been set for KA Senior. 4 more are still up for grabs, and they'll be all going for it. All's to play for when we come back. We're going to take a little break off the stream. We'll come on the main event stream here in just a few moments. In the meantime, though, take a break, enjoy yourself a little bit. The LCQ is set for 2:16 p.m. local time. That's 3:15 p.m. Eastern time. Here live from Road America, you're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the third stop of the U.S. Pro Kart Series presented by Millwright, Will Power Kart, MPG Motorsports, and Leading Edge Motorsports. My name's Xander Clements alongside Caleb Smock and Dalton Haynes in the booth. We'll be back after this.